Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Mystery Tournament 15's top 8. Today, we are down to the final 3 competitors in the event. In winners finals, we have the legendary matchup, Zex versus Andy. This could be the grand finals of any Mystery Tournament event, but it's only the winners finals here because current Mystery Tournament champion of Mystery Tournament 14, Maurice, is waiting in losers finals to see what the path to victory is going to be like. Now, I am, of course, joined by a couple of wonderful commentators. A 5th place finisher from yesterday, Mystery Tournament veteran, and one of the few people I've ever seen who can legitimately somehow fall upwards, Alpha 5. Alpha, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little sad I lost, but I got Katana Zero out of it, so, I can't really be that upset.
How much can you complain? You got to
I,
play Katana Zero, and now you own Katana Zero.
I
So
played like 6 hours since my race yesterday. It's a good game.
Glad to hear you're enjoying it. Also joining us is the only person in this top 8 who will actually see me in Plus R, Tea Party Cthulhu, TPC. How are you doing?
I will not see you in Plus R, but I'm doing great.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really disappointing to hear, but I'm glad you're doing well. How are you feeling about these top 3 today? Who do you think is going to take home the pennant for Mystery Tournament 15?
I mean, Andy is really the favorite, but I got a great love in my heart for the wonderful Maurice sitting in loser's bracket, and I know if anybody could do it, it's definitely Maurice.
Yes, certainly cannot count Maurice out. Now, also joining us on commentary for the race will be the current head admin of Mystery Tournament, Blasphemous Roar. Right now, Roar is actually helping get all our runners set up for all 3 games they're going to be playing. This is, of course, a best of 3. We are playing at least a minimum of a best of 3 from here on out. Winners finals will be a best of 3. Losers finals will be a best of 3. Grand finals will be a best of 5, with the winner receiving a 1-game advantage. So there will be no bracket reset. The winner will just go into that best of 5 with 1 game already won. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we should actually talk about what Mystery Tournament is. And I can think of no one better to explain the concept and explain the joys of playing it than our 5th place finisher, Alpha. Alpha, go ahead.
So, Mystery Tournament is, I'll call it a mystery. You join a tournament and you're given a game. You have no idea what that game is. You've never played it. You've probably never heard of it. And someone as part of an entry, you have to submit games. So someone else has picked out this curated piece of obscurity for you to play. And sometimes, we get the interesting things here and there that are more common. We've had people who were blind to Contra, then somehow Contra got past testing. But more often than not, you'll find these very, very weird um, titles that are just fun to play. And it's a good time. A lot of people tend to, have an amount of fun. Sometimes you get unlucky. You have a bunch of puzzle games. You're not happy about puzzle games. Sometimes you have a bunch of platformers and you're not happy with platformers. But all in all, it's a great experience. It's a lot of fun, and this is going to be an exciting day. We have really good racers left, so it's gonna be good.
I mean, this entire top 8 was just an exceptional cast of racers. The only real wild card, the only real enigma was, I should say, someone 325 who unfortunately tapped out in 4th place last night, but still an amazing run for their first showing at a Mystery Tournament event. Any of the matches we've seen really could have been grand finals. I mean, someone 325 versus Zex, Captain Drake versus Andy in winner semis. We, of course, had Triscorp versus Maurice, Nico Jazz versus yourself, Captain Drake versus Maurice. All of these names are household mystery names. Now, it's important to mention that this is, of course, Mystery Tournament 15. Mystery Tournament's been going on a good, 7 years or so at this point. It's kind of an SRL tradition. It's super fun. And keep in mind, entries are completely open, right, Alpha? I mean, there's very little you have to do to join a Mystery Tournament event.
You basically all you have to do is submit 2 games, and even then, if you're too lazy, Tea Party Cthulhu is going to submit like 70 games that are all Japanese freeware, and he'll just submit them in your name for you. So it's fine. Just join. The more people there are, the more sleep deprived we all become, and the harder the tournament gets. Uh, but it's a lot of fun, and just as an interesting oddity of these top 8 matches, and how good everything is. Top 8 is usually the cream of the crop in terms of games, but also because we have to make it so that these really good racers are, one, not finishing them in 5 minutes, or two, um, definitely haven't played that, we get some really, really, really obscure stuff in top 8, and so it's a whole different type of meta game. You know, qualifying for top 8 is one thing, playing in top 8 is a whole different beast, and the top 3 games, the losers finals, winners finals, grand finals, it's gonna be a lot of interesting stuff, and I've seen some of the names, and we are in for some good things today, from what I can tell.
Oh, we certainly are. Now, TPC, you had the benefit of joining us for commentary yesterday, of watching most of the matches. What is your takeaway from this top 8 so far? I mean, we've already said, I think all three of us have kind of predicted Andy is the favorite to win. But if Andy has a weakness, if Maurice or Zex have a strength, what do you think it is, and what do you think is going to give them the edge to take home the crown today?
I think Maurice actually might have a slight edge in freeware, like newer freeware stuff. I don't know. It might just be me thinking that. Like Andy is very strong in that, but Maurice plays a lot of freeware and knows a lot of freeware.
Uh, so I've raced Andy in several tournaments and had a ridiculous race against him in the gauntlet. If I were to pick anything that Andy is weaker at, it would be one when the games are simple enough that his risky enough strategy falls to the wayside to someone playing completely risk averse. They don't, or rather they only take risks. He can fall behind there if he thinks he has to play safer than he needs to. The other thing that is his big weakness, it knocked him into losers in Cusa Grande that he won, and it knocked him. It had me beat him in the heavy grouper tournament that we won, where we raced every game that had ever been raced on Speedruns Live. Is reading, and if there is something important that's on a sign, Andy might not read it, and that might cause problems.
Reading is a real important skill
I
for sure.
Yeah.
We should talk a little bit. It sounds like we're definitely favoriting Andy a little bit, maybe being a little biased, but the truth is Andy's won 7 mystery tournaments now, I believe.
Since he won his first, the only mystery tournaments he had quote unquote lost was because he couldn't make top 8 because he had to go to a wedding, and the one where he just didn't show up. So, history would dictate nobody has actually eliminated Andy from a mystery tournament since then. Two people have put him into losers. Adam Numbers, who went out very early in this tournament, and which was the tournament that Andy went to go to a wedding, and Captain Drake, uh, 2 MTs ago.
Yes,
Uh,
MP12.
yeah,
Well,
MT or yeah, 3 MT12. That was the first time that it happened in a very long time. Andy is insane. There are some other strengths that I would say that Maurice would have over him. Mouse games. Maurice is very good at shooters. And has eliminated Andy in a tournament thanks to shooters. Zex, on the other hand, is just all around insanely good and has been top 3 for like forever. So he's very strong. I'm just I know his strengths are jump and shoot, and I don't know how many jump and shoot games we're going to be able to get when both of these players have raced basically every jump and shoot game.
That's very fair. And I mean, again, worth noting, Zex is a very storied player in Mystery Tournament history. First entered Mystery Tournament back in Mystery Tournament 2, which Mystery Tournament 1 was, I think, like a 15 or 16 person invitational that Boney held basically with no notice over a weekend. It's really grown quite a way since then. I believe 110 entrants for Mystery Tournament 15.
Yeah, it was like 110 or 118, something like that. But yeah, numbers been going up and down at the same time. So most people just forget to sign up. We've had plenty of people like, "Oh, I meant to do that, but I was lazy or didn't sign up." So we're working on fixing that problem, getting the word out more. But we really want more people to join. But it's been growing steadily. Other than the crazy thing that was MTX, which had over 300 people, and if you ever want to go 8-2 and finish 33rd, that was the tournament to do so. There were way too many games. That was
Oh,
a thing.
I tested that tournament, let me tell you.
I
Oh, it hurt. There were a
Yeah,
lot of games.
and we had the rounds were half as long, so I fell into losers immediately and had to do a race every 2 days. We fixed that. We made everything basically you have a week or 2 weeks to do your match. Much more comfortable. Uh, but
yeah, it
definitely
helps when you
fun.
don't have like 300 people.
Yeah, yeah. 300 people would be fun. The more games that everybody gets to play, because every single race is open to everybody. With top 8, we usually try to be a little bit more stringent, kind of move things along as quickly as possible, because we can't take up all of Sent's time as much as we want to. The races are open for everybody, so I joined probably 50 some odd races that weren't mine this MT. Maurice joined all like 500 matches or whatever. It's just what happened.
Oh yeah, for sure. And joining a bunch of races is a documented way to improve. Triscor, one of our regulars in top 8 at this point over the past couple of mystery tournaments, who went out in 7th in a very close race with Maurice yesterday in losers 8s. I believe the first mystery tournament Triscor showed up in went 0-2, completely dropped, and then joined every single race up through top 8. Like, I do not think there was a single race they missed, and then I think took 3rd or 2nd the next mystery tournament.
He got 2nd.
It was an absurd improvement.
I wish I was that cool, but by joining every race, I usually end up so sleep deprived that my top 8 is a thing. But I don't regret any of it. I have so much fun doing these. Because I like playing video games, and it's really how you get better, is just play video game all the time.
I mean, that's the joy of Mystery Tournament. It's all about just playing a bunch of video games, and a bunch of video games that you've probably never played before and that you've likely never even heard of before. Something I want to touch on, and you kind of touched on it a little bit when we were talking about Andy's reckless enough strategy, is what kind of strategies runners can employ to be so consistent. I mean, we're talking about this top 8 of a tournament where you get a completely random game. How can we have so many people involved in it with 110 entrants who have been involved in so many previous top 8s? That doesn't add up. Surely there's a ton of randomness to it.
Yeah, no. So I mean, they're just people who are crazy consistent. Like, you get people who sometimes you could consider it a little bit lucky. The person who would be beat them in every single game. They went out in the round previously because the previous person who raced them got something that they were just it's like, this is that one person's genre. They'll beat everybody in and they'll lose everything. Like, sometimes that does happen. There are upsets. A lot of them happened in this tournament. Maurice lost to someone in a old schoolish style platformer, which is admittedly something that he hasn't really played a lot of NES and SNES games. It just wasn't a thing that he did. So those are on his weaker side. But just in general, like when I was talking about Andy's risky enough, he plays as risky as he feels the game lets him get away with. And I can actually use the race I had against him in winner's bracket. I play a style that basically, if I go home, it is only my fault, because I will throw everything out the window and just hold forward, go fast.
Alpha is one of the most reckless players that any platform I've ever seen.
And the main reason I do that is because I don't really have fun not doing that. It's just not something that I ever have. I just can't ever find the slow button. And then sometimes I'll die like 30 times, calm myself down, and try to go slower. But Andy, I ended up taking a bad death against Andy and lost to him by about a minute. Andy will play at that pace where he never really, it never looks like he's making any mistakes ever, unless the game is uncontrolled. It has always looked like something is nearly practiced, and it's very, very impressive to watch. Zex is very similar in that same way, where if you look at them, it looks like they've played the game before because of how quickly they'll master the mechanics and understand the strategy. They're going to be picking up basically within the first 5 seconds of playing the game. Both Andy, Zex, and Maurice, all 3 of them, will basically understand exactly how their character can move unless there's a mechanic that doesn't move. And it's you have to pick these things up, and then you have to figure out, okay, is this game going to be one that I need to go fast? Is this going to be a game that is going to force me to go slow? Or is it a puzzle game where where it's really hard to figure out how you're supposed to do it? Sometimes puzzle games are the bane of a lot of their existence. Top 8 doesn't have a lot of puzzle games because, yeah, I mean, we had the pizza game yesterday. That was a good puzzle game. I like that one. But, yeah, puzzle games can sometimes be the bane of a lot of their existence. Between, I would say Zex probably have a better leash on puzzle games. I say this like they're ever bad at them, but they're actually all really good at every type of game because they just play all of them.
Yeah, saying has an edge in puzzle game is like, oh, Zex finished like 20 seconds faster than Andy.
Whoa, it's suddenly me.
Okay.
Oh, hello. That is, of course, Blasphemous Roar, the current head admin of Mystery Tournament. Roar, how are you doing?
Doing good. Doing great, actually. Doing mildly kerfuffled because this is Mystery Tournament. Setup is a thing that we suffer through or do or just deal with as a thing in general. And sometimes it takes a little bit because, we got to deal with all sorts of different... the problem is when you're serving a game up on a platter that has never been, these racers have never savored before. They don't know that they're supposed to, de-pit the olives. All right. They don't know that they're supposed to, my food pun or my food analogy here is completely broken from the start. And I don't know why I keep running with it, but there are problems. But we got to solve those problems. And that's what we do. We sort out the problems, we solve the problems, we move on, we try to get going where we're going. And we finally sorted out the problems, got going where we're going. So we are about ready to go. Whenever everybody's ready on this side. So yeah. Hello everybody.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good to hear. Yep, we're just getting the runner set up, making sure that everything is ready. Like we mentioned, we will be having a best of 3 here for winners finals, and we just want to make sure things are going to go smoothly for all the games. So we are waiting a few seconds to make sure all of the runners are good. In the meantime, Rora, I think we had some time to talk about, but what are your thoughts on a victor for today? I think all of us, except maybe TPC, predicted Andy. I think TPC was leaning a little bit towards Maurice, feeling the comeback 2 in a row.
All right. But I think that you all missed a very, very, very important statement of who's going to win this. And I think that you need to consider the pandering option. You, the viewers are going to win today because we have amazing friggin' games for you. Huh? Where's your pander all at?
That means Roar thinks that Zex is going to win.
Yeah, probably. If you asked Andy, he'd say Crank Dud.
Yeah, Andy would probably still say Crank.
Crank Dud is also going to win.
Yeah, Crank.
I actually really want to highlight a comment we had from Maurice last night after defeating someone in losers semis. And they said their GGs, they said their goodbyes. It was very cordial, very polite. And then after someone had left, Maurice said, what a nice guy. He's going to win MT16.
Yeah,
so we'll have to see if that prediction comes true next time.
Maurice has been riding the train of someone ever since he got bopped by him in winners. So I could definitely see someone being a strong competitor, but they played a lot of I don't necessarily know how strong they are in puzzles, which could cause them road bumps in Mystery Tournament in general.
I think real answer is, sadly, as a tester, as one of the top 8 coordinators, I actually do know what's in the game pool. This is actually a thing that doesn't happen normally. We don't normally know the game pool, or we know the pool ahead of time, but that's like 100 to 200 games. There's no way to know what anybody's going to get. And in top 8, it's a little bit more rigged for the show. And we try to do our best to we don't consider the racers typically, other than what they might have redrawn, because we have a limited game pool to work with in top 8. So normally you don't know the games in the pool, but I guess I have to, if you ask me who I think is going to win, I have insider knowledge of insider trading, and I think that Andy's got a really good shot at this.
Well, we will have to see, because our runners are ready, and that means it is time to start the first match of top 3 winners finals. We got Zex, we got Andy. Only one of them can move on to grand finals, and we're going to see which one of them can use their inner strength as well as their outer strength in an absolutely wonderful game, Power Shovel. This is a really cool game. I believe Mike Uyama, the founder of Games Done Quick, actually does speedruns of this, as well as one of our technical leads, Geyer. It's a really weird game, but I love it. It's a collection of
Taito weirdness.
It's so good. It's a collection of mini games where you are an excavator, and you just have to do ridiculous things with this excavator. Like in this first mini game, you got to destroy the car. It's like a Street Fighter mini game, but you're not a Street Fighter guy.
Yeah,
learning how to control this power shovel is going to be very important here. Because there's basically, you do have, the controls aren't as intuitive as you would expect, and yet are actually pretty intuitive for a power shovel.
So I'm looking at this type of game, and this really feels like, and just knowing Andy, this really feels like his bread and butter are just games that are stupid, and you can just push a lot of buttons and have a lot of fun. He loves stuff like this. I don't know Dex's familiarity with it, and this is probably the better heavy lifting game Andy's played top 8. If anybody wants to go watch MT12 and look up Forklift Man.
Oh God.
Andy wasn't too happy about that one.
He's a big
Come on,
fan
Dex!
of
Come on,
stupidity.
Dex!
Zech's got to bring the
yeah, got it.
There we go. Barely.
So a little bit more about this game. This is developed by Taito. This is classic Taito weirdness. July 19, 2001. Very late PS1 title.
Well, now
I believe this is originally intended to be arcade, actually.
Now we are using we're using our power shovel to serve curry, which is what you do with with an excavator, right? Like, if you're not serving curry with your excavator, are you even using your excavator?
I don't even know if we're doing anything. Although this is the part of this game that I'm familiar with is this was at GDQ. Caveman likes to host a PlayStation 1 mystery versus tournament, and this game has a versus mode. I'm not sure how it works. I just know that they had to do this. And the people who were doing that may have played that game before, and we're not clearing this anywhere nearly as fast as Andy is.
Yeah, Andy is making this look like really easy. This game does not control that well.
And I do have an important question. I do have an important question for chat. Curry, hot or hottest?
Hottest.
Hotter.
Oh, Andy does not quite clear fast enough.
Failed.
Always.
Zex is not gonna clear fast enough. And Zex recognized that immediately. Oh wait, push the start button.
Keep ambitious, folks.
Okay, so now he only has to do 3 dishes instead of 4.
Yeah. So the way
this
that this
is really
works,
gonna hurt Zex.
So the way that this works is that you have you actually do have a limited amount of continues. We did we had to hack this up a little bit because the original submission would have been rejected because basically it works on the original submission involved doing all of the jobs, all the original 9 jobs with one single on one actual like playthrough, which you have 3 chances to do. Every time you fail, you make the job easier to do. So you have to. It would have been a bit of trial and error trying to figure out which one's the best ones to do, which one's to bomb on. This is a this one being a all 12 jobs. We gave them the ability save file to unlock all the jobs, and then we gave them sorry, I got very broken there on that. We gave them the save file to unlock all 12 jobs, and so it's going to be easier on any given job if they fail a job. However, they will be taking that time loss to fail the job to make it easier. So overall, it's better for them to actually try to solve it. That's what I'm trying to say.
How much time loss does it really incur, though? Because it looks like Zex made it easier by just quitting out of the job.
Yeah, so, well, Zex had already failed, so the job was going to stay easier. Now, technically, that is a strat.
He didn't quite fail the first time. He quit out the first time. That's what I was getting at, is he noticed he wasn't going to finish and immediately quit out, and that got it down to 3. So, if Zex abuses that could be pretty good. And Andy
runs right off the cliff.
It's just like, I can't. He took the path that didn't make him fall off the cliff, and Zex is not rotating both directions.
I like the 20 million volt gate.
Okay, Zex just got... Oh, he picked the wrong curry. That's the issue that he had.
You gotta stay ambitious, folks.
Yeah, keep ambitious.
Hottest, bright red. Alright, this looks good. I like this minigame that Andy's on.
I got lucky and got like super hyped for this game last night, actually, because I was playing Yakuza 7, and spoilers, there is a fight where you fight an excavator, and I was like, well, yeah. I'm so ready for power shoveling.
I love this so much. This is really good.
And
It's hilarious.
This.
This is great. I know Andy's having a blast right now. I knowing him.
I don't remember how you control this, but I don't think that's it.
Wow. Okay, he
Oh.
made it. That was close.
Michael skip.
Get there, get there.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Nice, moved on to the
I don't
same
think-
stage.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
Andy
that was
going
nice.
to go through that goal. Work completed. What kind of work are they doing?
I'm sad he didn't go through the 20 million volt gates.
Trying to get the
Well, he did that the
caterpillar
first
to the highway. Look, have you not played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? Do you not know where this caterpillar is exactly going? What roads are being fixed?
I mean, who bothers with actually playing that game? It's all about raising jets. Okay, so we're destroying a shed.
Don't give up. I like this.
We're destroying several sheds.
Oh, Zex plays that first try.
That's gonna make up some time after having some issues with that Curry game. All right, we got. These are interesting sheds.
All right, so Andy now
knock
has,
poles down and then drive.
and he does have the strat here. You go forward, you bop the first wall, you bop the second wall, and you just left and right to bop out the back walls. This one's really easy, and as soon as you catch on to what you're supposed to do, it's just a matter of getting it done.
And he's got that last one, and he should have no problems once he also has to reach that goal.
It's just black.
And he does. Andy jumping into the race chat, send help, probably thinks that something he's doing is a violation.
Andy is one with the excavator.
I'm liking the position of Zex's. I don't think he had to move that. I think he just had to wiggle and drive. He just had to change anything. Because it seems to be just tapping. Zex is going to be very close on this clear.
Oh
Should
god,
be
I
okay.
remember this mini game from the Versus tournament. The dig a hole.
This is digging a hole. This is the first job I failed because this is not easy. So the sand is actually legitimately like whichever one has the deepest, or the deepest point is what's considered the hole. And right now, Andy might have a license to operate this device because, you know, rocketing here.
It's so easy.
You don't want to dump the sand back in.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea.
This really looks like a game that is just like controlled very poorly with a VR headset. Like this game.
When are we gonna get Power Shovel VR on PS4 VR? Oh my god, Sony, make it happen. Taito, I don't know how many things you still do nowadays, but please.
They make money off of Space Invaders.
Yeah, it's probably like mobile games only.
Alright. Andy was at 90, Zex is at 100. Maybe Zex hadn't failed enough? I'm not sure.
Andy has to redo anyway. Start work.
This does not look easy in the slightest.
This game's not Kuso. This game is amazing, is what this is.
This game is Kuso, but it's great Kuso.
Yeah,
it's like top quality Kuso.
So the main types of games that we are looking for, it doesn't matter if it's a good game or a bad game. We're looking to see if it's a decent race. In comparison to Kusagran, which doesn't necessarily have games that you could call decent for races, or at least for a blind race, very specifically. You know, there's no game overs that are terribly too punishing. Like, you might have hard game overs after 2 continues, but the games are easy enough that you'll get back to your spot in like 3 minutes the second time after spending 20 minutes the first time. You won't have games that are like Metroidvanias. You have no idea where to go. We try to make it as fair as possible and less of a guessing game. If someone goes left instead of right, they shouldn't lose the race.
And that's exactly why, like, we did the 12 jobs save instead of doing it to where they had the limited amount of credits, because basically we don't. in Mystery Tournament, we try to avoid it being like, oh, I bombed out completely, got a hard game over, have to redo the whole thing. Because there's a number of things that it causes. One, we've all seen the stage or the game at that point. Two, it seems like the first person that game overs has an advantage because now they're further in the game, or they're back to the start earlier. And there's just we try to avoid that in Mystery Tournament. For Kusa, where it's like most of the games are bad enough that you expect them to cause failures.
Yeah, it's a quote of statement Brosensha made when I was racing in that last weekend. Soft locks are part of the experience. We try not to have that happen.
Work completed.
But yeah, it's very important. You will get something that is at the end of the day raceable, and if it's not, just blame Boney because he created Mystery Tournament. Therefore, it's all inherently his fault.
Imagine not blaming the testers. Actually, to be fair, I think I'm the tester that blames himself the most before anybody else does.
That's definitely true. You can blame me because I submitted all the weird games.
Yeah, it's what happens when you submit like 60 games. Yeah, Andy did go 90, 80, 60.
All right, everybody remembers the Phantom Toll Booth. We're trying to move sand very slowly, except that he didn't have a shovel. We do.
It's been a very long time since I've read that book.
God,
I remember the opening, the ending, and very specifically the Weatherman. But nothing else about that book.
Yeah, Zex is definitely having a tough time with this, but this is hard.
Yeah, on 60 he should be fine. Yeah, this game might be frustrating, but it does also look silly, and I hope it also makes it down.
Turtles! If you thought, now I have to grab a moving target in a ambiguously deep pool, and this is going to be a good idea, you are the dev of the Power Shovel.
Yeah, thanks, Taito.
Also to this music. I don't know whose audio we've got, but this music is jamming.
And the most confusing thing about this game is that it was actually localized.
Yeah.
Release. Like, why?
Yeah, that I'm going to agree with you on that. It's absolutely that it was localized.
I mean, what? You think that excavators are tools that are only used in Japan?
No, just listen.
Why, Taito?
Oh no! You flipped the turtle! Oh no, the turtle!
Someone did bring up a point. Are the turtles worth 3? My experience with Mario Party will say yes.
Yeah,
I think they are worth 2.
I think Andy is just trying to figure out. Where are you? Okay, he got.
Okay, that turtle just
went
flew out
somewhere. Where are you supposed to put these turtles? Dex is moving on to the same game.
There is a pool to the left.
Yeah, it also says 4 pieces.
Ambitious.
Turtles, which is great. Yeah, I think the idea is to take them off the surface.
Also, you can hear the turtles like. No, hold it. Keep it. Gold. Get it in. Oh, 3. It is 3 points. Oh, we're completed instantly. Zex almost had a gold turtle too.
Oh,
this strat does not fail us until you only need 1, because instead you could be fast.
Yeah, fail, or just, get a gold and a regular turtle.
By the time I had actually, gotten to this part in the game, I was a lot more proficient with the shovel than you would imagine, so yeah. Hold on. Zex, you got it?
Yeah,
Zex didn't even know he had that turtle. He had no idea until, he was moving his, excavator, the bucket to dump, but then he saw the turtle in it, and he was like, huh.
Oh, it's one of these puzzles that
now it's time
they
for
love in Japan.
This is great.
The Don't Touch the Walls puzzle. This has an actual name. There's a PS1 game that's by Taito where they made this, but I can't remember the name of it. Oh, you know what? Wait, it's on Tattoo.
Stuff like that.
Zex is only moments behind Andy, though. Spends less time in the tutorial, which will be helpful.
This is, this one seems... Yeah, Andy's doing that so he sees all the controls. This one seems much more Andy's speed, just this minigame in general.
Oh, I can't remember the name of this game. It's like a really popular thing.
And a first try clear for Andy. I would not be surprised if the first try clear for Zach as well.
Also, work over that. Just the audio clip that will stay with you forever.
How many what number are we on? Okay, looks like we have 4 left. Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, so now we've got to be a good buyer. Oh no, Zex! Oh, ripperoni! Zex is gonna have to restart. So here we need to. I hope you're good at math. We need to buy the exact amount. 110. You can only buy one of each. Now he's gonna need a 4 and a 1.
Yeah, it is.
Cash it out. Cash it out. There we go. Next up, we've got to make $89.
I love this so much. I think more MT games should have math.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, I was bought
Cash it out. 112. And he goes straight for the bug.
Oh no, I don't think you can do it that much.
Restart. A little bit. Alpha, if you're talking, I can't actually hear you.
Yeah, you need to turn yourself up. 4 plus that failed. Who would have thought the thing to best Andy would have been math? Yeah, also there was 7 and 4 and you could have done that.
Alright, Zex is now on the shopping trip.
You're a little quiet.
This is high. Boost the output, but yeah, the Discord like changed the audio settings apparently.
I mean, I just have you muted by default, so it's fine.
I have you at literally 200%.
Yeah, I don't know.
190.
But
Purchase. Purchase complete.
of Donkey Kong.
Oh, 76. Look at that RNG in your favor.
Do you like runners of this like reset for RNG on that level? X is just not mathing fast enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if we've maybe found one of Zex's weaknesses. I don't know if we've ever really seen Zex play math games in Mystery Tournament before.
Yeah?
Oh gosh, yeah, this definitely looks like
Okay,
PS1 now.
So it's time for, of course, everybody's favorite game, Ostrich Islands.
Yeah, another fantastic Mystery Tournament game.
Am I still too quiet?
You're better now.
Alright, let's just increase this all the way and see what happens.
Another fantastic Mystery Tournament game, Ostrich Islands, courtesy of Internet Dirigible.
Is Ostrich Islands because...
Is it? I think it is.
I don't know. It seems like a game the Taito would make.
Taito, what they make never makes any sense.
Nope.
Shoutouts to Denshidego.
Yeah, Venturedego's for a game.
Ostrich Islands. Oh, whoops. Not that one. That's a 3D, like, adventure RPG game.
Oh, so close!
Yeah, so this is Mega Man, right? We're just feeding Mets. Kind of look like Mets.
No, Splash Lake is by Bits. I don't know who they are. They've done a lot of random stuff. Okay.
Alright, here we go. 1 and 5 for Zex. Cash it out!
Oh, he barely... That enemy just barely landed on the ledge for Andy.
You guys are being rude, Andy.
Oh, because they
No
jump.
joke.
Okay.
I mean, would you not also jump? And he's stuck?
Okay, no, I don't think that this game is that bad. Or rather, I do think it's that bad, but I feel like it's bad in a way that you'll be able to recover from. You know, you clipped out of bounds, that's fine. Just clip inbounds is as easy.
It's a PS1 game.
Alright, here we go. And Andy goes for the dunk. There it is.
Work complete.
Math that boy.
And Zach's probably got stopped there by realizing you have to do it twice. I think what it is that you probably can break one of them, and then like if you target one in the opposite direction, you probably break down the whole island. But they're not using that to their advantage, and which is harder to understand. There you go. You can see it in action there. So now we have to hit the wooden dolls. This one is a pain in the butt. You kind of have to scoop up the ball. If you just go for a straight up lob shot, it's not going to really go anywhere. It's just going to roll across the ground. You have to get some upward momentum on your shot.
Okay, I love Zach.
Try smashing it, but maybe if he smashes it from the other direction, it would work. Okay, can Andy drive forward during this?
I don't know, actually. I don't think I tried.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Oh, there you go. He's got the
Too
scoop.
high.
Scoop action.
Oh, there's
There's
go.
one.
There's one dog. Oh,
Almost
really
there.
Close.
Dude,
Catch it!
Oh.
It was really, really clean.
Oh, probably will let you go for a high score. Of course, Andy's gonna go for the high score.
I mean, I don't think he has. He's gotta wait.
Work completed.
He did it.
This makes me so happy to see in top 8. Like, my favorite genre of game is quirky Japanese PS1 nonsense.
Hey,
Translated, so it's fine.
Do you think it's an accident you're in this commentary block?
I knew it would happen. Ah, there we go.
I mean, quirky.
All right.
Now
we gotta defend from the invasion of Missile Man.
Of course, it wouldn't be a Taito game without random invasions in space.
Completely normal video game.
We gotta defend against 17 pieces of Missile Man.
I really hope that it's making like the Space Invaders sounds right now.
Oh no!
It's
coming!
Gets
Oh,
missile.
no, we got blown up.
It looks like it doesn't actually do anything. Oh wait, no,
you
three
do
times.
have one more failure, and Zex gets the clear here as well. Let's see if he can figure out the wooden dolls.
Yeah, Dex cleared on 0 seconds left.
And he's got 1 credit left. I think after this one.
Well, like we said, there is a reason that the goal is all 12 jobs in part-timer mode and not all 12 jobs in 1 credit. So in order to save himself there, that guy's too close, you can swoop around in order to defeat the missile men, or in order to push the missile men back. But it looks like Andy's going for just the crush strats here.
Yeah,
only needs 7 more.
Yeah, honestly, it would look like the best way to do this would be if you just bat them off to put your arm on the caution part and then just spin around like a maniac. And Andy gets it. There's a victory for Andy.
Andy is through.
And with a time of 23:47 by SRL, Andy is going to go ahead and win the first game in this best-of-3 match. Power Shovel just absolutely powering his way through the game. Again, Andy and Zex certainly made that look easy, but it really is not an easy game to wrap your head around. It is tank controls wrapped in tank controls. But we are going to go ahead and get them set up for the next game shortly here. In the meantime, let's take some things away from this. Now, one of the things I think you can kind of get at in a meta sense is in top 8, we generally don't repeat genres too often. Now, I think it's fair to say in top 8, we generally pick games that are fairly off the wall, fairly unusual. As mentioned, playing top 8 games in itself is kind of its own skill set. But in particular, especially in any given match, we tend to try not to pick, 2 action platformer games, 2 puzzle games, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're Andy right now, if you're Zex, what are you thinking? What are you worried about coming up next? What are the mystery tournament staples you want to see and you don't want to see?
I, as Zex, and definitely not Roar, don't want to see the classic mystery trope of Sokoban.
No, that's just you, Roar. But knowing Andy, if you tell him that the next game's a lawnmower game, he's gonna be sad.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like I don't want to see lawnmower right now. I'd love to see a ball game. Though that game did have a ball in it.
That game was every type of game, so they don't know what's coming up. Except for action platformer, although if there is an action platformer starring an excavator, please let me know, because I want to play it.
Itch.io search excavator. I'm sure something amazing will come up. It needs to be like excavator 3D simulator. That sounds pretty good. I don't see any action platformers.
Well, you never know what's gonna come up, and that's genuinely what makes Mystery Tournament Top 8 so fun. Is just like regular Mystery Tournament, you really could roll into just about anything for your game. Uh, definitely a good time. Now, I think we've actually had quite a surge of viewers since this match started. So let's go ahead and kind of reintroduce what we're doing here. This is, of course, the top 8 of Mystery Tournament 15. In fact, it's more condensed than the top 8. We are down to the top 3. Right now, we are looking at the winners finals, where Andy and 4H is up 1 game against Zex in this best of 3, with the loser dropping down to losers finals to play Maurice, our reigning Mystery Tournament champion, and then the winner of that heading back up to play in grand finals, which will be a best of 5, with the player from winner's side getting a 1-game advantage automatically. Now, Roar, since you've gotten everyone set up and are finally here now, why don't you tell us a little bit about the origin of Mystery Tournament and what it is and why people should definitely join MT16?
Well then, Mystery Tournament is quite possibly one of, if not the longest running event in speed gaming. It is, we've been going strong for 7 years. Used to be a semi-annual event, and now we are a annual event as we have in the community just started doing more varied, terrible idea tournaments on the side as well, because we like racing games. And so Mystery Tournament is all about getting a game that you and your opponent have never heard of before, never played before, don't have any idea what is going on, and basically, racing it faster than your opponent, getting to the goal. What makes this different from a lot of speed gaming tournaments like Kusa Grand is that in Kusa Grand you have like a set fixed time in progress, whereas these are speed run goals. These are goals that you need to hit. So you're going to see both the same amount of progress from both players over the course of the race, and it makes for a really it's a really interesting dynamic, because like you have in speed running, you have the people who've practiced a lot. They've practiced, which is absolutely a wonderful, commendable skill. And then in this one, you have people who are running off of raw intuition. You have to learn how to read the game, how to understand how devs think, how to react fast. It's all about just dealing with your surroundings on the fly, and that's kind of a much different thing than we see in a lot of in a lot of things. So we don't really have, like I said, it's just being able to pick up a game and run with it and understand it is a skill that is rarely seen.
Yep, and speaking of games rarely seen, or speaking of genres rarely seen, we certainly have an interesting one coming up right now, because game 2 of Winners Finals is going to be Shapes.io.
Okay.
I actually want to give you my testing notes from this game. This is horrible. Why did we put it in top 8? ... Never mind. This is brilliant.
Really? It changed to the never mind, this is brilliant. Okay, I take full responsibility for this one. When we played this, I said, okay, I think this is top, and hear me out on this. It's top. So this is a factory game, all right? Since when do we see a factory game in Mystery Tournament? Now, you may notice that their designs are a little bit different. There is a little bit of RNG to how the setup is, but I don't think the RNG is going to matter in terms of overall progress in stopping either of these players. So, this is legitimately a factory game. No, I mean, seriously. We've got extractors here that have different shapes coming to them. We've got to get as many shapes in as possible, as quickly as possible. Once we've unlocked that stage, we got 30 to unlock cutting shapes, and Zex is just not stopping. So the thing to note about this game is that it is not an idle game. You are not supposed to just sit by and watch the shapes go. You are supposed to go, go, go. So, Alpha or TPC, what would you do if you had a factory sim in Mystery Tournament?
Having blind race Factorio, I'd like to think I'm okay at like trying to make things as efficient as possible. We were talking about this earlier during setup, and I think it was either Cent or Railcoon had the great idea of having like basically tearing everything down after each level and just starting from scratch to try and like maximize efficiency. And I think that's actually a really strong idea, not trying to like procedurally build and having all the problems with procedurally building. If anybody's played Factorio, you have the problem like, oh, this won't fit. Oh, how do I make this more efficient? I don't know. Also, yeah, for everybody saying this is an idle game in the chat, you're wrong, and that's why you'll probably be slow.
Yeah, if you try to play this like an idle game, it's not going to work for you. And right now, we've got Zex with an interesting strat of trying to swoop in, trying to keep sending the cuts to the thing instead of making another cutter. Whereas Andy is making more cutters. So, like, legitimately, so another thing that just happened on both the players is that, unfortunately, they did make a slip-up in 1 degree, which this is a short enough game goal that it's not going to be a problem. But you actually do want to keep letting your older shapes enter because you are getting upgrades with them. Do not destroy existing factory. You'll need all those shapes later for upgrades. And they're about to learn about upgrades.
This is such an odd genre to get an MT. I'm so happy to see this in, actually.
It's a ridiculous genre. It's absolutely ludicrous. It is the tester that tested this and suggested it for top 8 should absolutely be fired. Please fire me. Please, for the love of God, get me out of here. I mean,
this is the kind of game I would love to draw on MT.
I mean, it's a great game that definitely has no flaws and definitely was not a terrible idea for top 8.
Yeah, I'm just watching this, and so I know, and I know Andy, I believe, has played Factorio. I don't know if he's played it as much as some of the other people who were in that server when he's playing Factorio. But I think they've both played their share of factory games just based on how quickly they're seemingly to adapt to most of this.
And this game is legitimately a really good one. One thing that I really do like about it is the pace at which it unlocks new upgrades is really smooth, and it forces you to go back and try to fix some of your older layouts with some of the new tech. It's constantly it is an infinitely scaling world, and you get a lot of really interesting shapes and configurations that you have to do later on. And I did, after testing this, I immediately went and bought the game. It was $4 on Steam. This is the demo that we're playing right now. And yeah, I immediately bought this. And it was my degaussing game over the course of over testing. Like, I'd test for a bit, I'd come back, and I would just relax and play some of this. And one of the things that we're really going to see, I'm really looking forward to some of the tools that we get, because it actually, me and Hops were bad at trying to determine what is actually going on with these shapes sometimes. So, yeah.
By the way, if this game looks interesting to you, you can actually play the demo version for free on shapes.io.
And the main game had actually come out with an update as well. Very recently that adds like wires to the game. I don't know what that does for it, but well, Yeah. So we've got Andy now has rotators. So rotating going to be very important because now we need to get those top blocks or those circles to be cut in half, rotated 90 degrees, and go up there. Now, why this is really important is because that does enable us to now double up use both halves of the circle. So Andy now has those tops going in, but has those garbage cans going in as well. And if he were to actually undo those garbage cans and put 3 rotators on there, would be using both half of the circle and speeding this up significantly.
So
Zex, though, has a huge backlog of...
Yeah, I think Zex is gonna clear this level very quickly because of that. Where's that rotator? He's just gotta do it right the first time. How's it gonna rotate it? So it'll spin it, and he can see that it's the right way. So, yeah, just pass that, and Zex is just gonna do a billion of them immediately.
Yeah, so chat has mentioned, and you're right, it's really small windows, so it's a little bit hard to see. The goal of each stage is going to be to get a certain amount of shapes into the center harvesting zone. So this one wants the shapes in the specific configuration of a semicircle with the northern hemisphere. So we just saw Zex just plow through, and now we're moving on to level 5 out of 7. Now we have tunnels. This will let us go past conveyor belts. And we need to do just the top right corner. So we're going to need to cut it, rotate it, cut it again, make sure it's in the right position. So
Zex's triple rotate there instead of just rotating the rotator.
I really like this sort of progression from the game. How it's like it's a neat sort of optimization puzzle.
Yeah, it definitely has like you said there. I don't know that I can say it better than that. It's definitely a neat little optimization puzzle, and that's one of the reasons why it ended up being a weird top 8 game. One, we don't see the genre very often. This would have not gotten its proper due as just a game that got played during the course of the normal tournament. Because it was submitted by who submitted this? This was brilliant.
Oh, now I'm trying to guess who submitted this.
Yeah, make your guess because I'm about to find out.
Okay, so Zex is realizing that the cutter isn't quite rotating things the right way. Andy is moving along. He's got to add a rotator in there. That's
yeah,
really
you'd have
problem.
never got it, TPC. It is YD12K that submitted it.
I would have never gotten it.
You'd never gotten it.
I was like, this isn't a Polari game. This is not a Snowdozer game. This is not a MooWare game. This is not a me game. I don't know who submitted it then.
So it looks like Andy has the right idea. Zex is unfortunately still taking a moment to build their factory up, and unfortunately has not caught on to the most effective ways to do this, and this is going to be a huge advantage for Andy.
Rotator, but that's backwards. If he did it the other direction, he'd be fine.
Yeah, you don't actually have the rotators. You need to no. The rotators will go only clockwise right now. You do have to unlock the variations. So this does involve a lot of rotating. And this is exactly the puzzle that led this to be a reasonable game. Exactly what Zex is dealing with right now is why I thought this would be a reasonable top 8 skill check. Because this is not just waiting around for shapes. You're actually trying to parse, okay, how do I get the shapes in that spot in an effective way? And we're seeing Andy succeed in that, where Zex is having a little bit of trouble trying to make this work. And I think the problem is that Zex is building just a little bit too close to the base there. Needs to be okay with backing off a moment. And
I think the main problem currently that he's suffering from is just I don't know how to get this the way I want it to look.
Well, here we go. Now we're going to start seeing Zex get some of the shapes in more reliably here. So Andy is waiting right now. That is not the strat. That's the thing, is that this is when we say this is not an idle game, it's exactly this. Yeah, you're waiting for that to go, but like you could be building the world a little bit better. You could be building another one. It looks like he's about to finish. So right now, like, I would be anticipating what's going to come next, and I'd probably... Here we go. This is a decent strat.
There you go.
Rid of the
Start clearing.
other stuff. Now we have painting. Painting is a bit awkward in its layout. So we need to extract a red, extract the red. We need to extract the circles, and we need to put them into a painter, which has a very inconvenient layout to it. And then get that going in. So you're going to see that the paint has like a very specific slots for it. We need to put the shape on the bottom. We need to put the paint color on the side, and then we need to get that up into the finish. So tunnels are going to be really useful here. Because these painting, there's just no convenient way to make this paint work. Actually, never mind. Andy has an idea, but here's the problem. I don't think Andy realizes that that's backwards. Now he does.
I think he's
just
trying to search
another-
for optimization right now.
Two over.
Just another rules point to bring up real quick. In Mystery Tournament, the runners are not watching this commentary stream, and we do discourage runners from watching each other's streams, just to make sure no one, gleans any information that they might not have discovered on their own. So, wow, that was very convenient timing for Andy realizing that the painter was back around. It was a realization on his part.
Yeah. One of the fun parts about running running the commentary and restreams on this, and also running the tournament in general and being a moderator at all times, is that there are tons of time. Dear Racers, do not feel like I am targeting anybody on this. I have done it to literally every single one of you at some point in time or another. All right, where we say something on commentary, and the racer immediately does it after we said it. And so I've got to go run into their chat and make sure that... Wait a second. Just going to do my due diligence over here. So Andy now has some ideas, and he's got the tunnels. Tunnels!
Okay, so Zex also has the colors happening, but he's not setting up tunnels.
Well, he might.
Wait, he might be setting up a tunnel right now.
Yep, there we go.
That's certainly a way to do that.
Case in point. Yeah.
This is what I was waiting for, is especially the colors in particular, because it gets messy.
I mean, I would just make
God,
more. Like, Zex has just got to make more of what he's doing. He's got 2 going in, and he's got 3. If Zex gets to 5, maybe he'll go faster.
I love this contraption on Andy's side with like the multiple tunnels.
I wish I could show you what my layouts look like, because they when you play this game a little bit, it gets a little bit more efficient. But it's like if I am gonna show this to the commentators, because I believe
really
it's
want to play this game now.
Backwards, that's a problem. Zach doesn't realize why his thing is broken. It's because at the start of his conveyor belt, it's backwards. Oh, there we go. He sees it now.
There's the colors going, hopefully.
It is worth mentioning that most of the pieces are rotated via a hotkey. You can kind of see them in the upper left of each of the runner's screen. I believe the R key rotates the individual pieces, such as the cutter, the splitter, or the refineries. However, conveyor belts just move in the direction that you click and drag. So it is very easy occasionally to click and drag, slightly incorrectly, and have a conveyor belt either going in the wrong way or that has broken the flow of other conveyor belts without noticing.
Oh, I'm gonna love this on Zex's side. This is gonna be
He's
great monstrosity right here.
Yeah, there is no easy way. Unfortunately, I can't show you all what testing factories look like, but they are. I've shown them to my other commentators so they confirm that what they're doing on their side, it looks a little bit more elegant than what I did. So we're
God, that is
seeing
a mess. I love it. Wow, I love this game.
It's such a non-standard race. Like the thing when we first played it, and when testing it, like I said, it was a case of where like I was like, I don't know entirely. This does feel kind of idle gamey. And then the game's like, this is not an idle game. I'm like, oh wait a second, you're right. I could be doing this way faster and building way more conveyor belts and dealing with way more mess. And if you're waiting around, you're doing this suboptimally. You're not racing this game. It is weird to be in a race.
That explains more things.
I do have an important update, actually. While Maurice is not part of this race officially, as this is winners finals, and Maurice is waiting for the loser of this match in losers finals, Maurice actually finished 3 minutes ago with a time of 14 minutes.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
normal
Maurice's
Maurice
type of game.
All right, so Andy has reached level 7, but done early, actually.
It is level 7 completed.
Oh, level 7 completed. My bad. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm dumb. We're good.
And yeah, speaking of finishing, Andy finishes at exactly 17 minutes. That is going to put him up 2-0 in this match over Zex, which means that he is the victor, moving on to grand finals. At worst, a second place finish here. Frankly, I don't think any of us were surprised. I do think we ran into some of Zex's weaknesses in kind of puzzle adjacent games and games that required more lateral thinking, some use of math in Power Shovel, even. But I don't think any of us were expecting that Andy would not make it to grand finals one way or another. Now the question is, who's going to be there to face him? And we're going to find that out because our next match will be losers finals featuring Maurice and Zex. So don't go anywhere because we have plenty of more great mystery tournament action. Now, when we come back, we will have a new set of commentators. So before we go anywhere, I do want to thank you, Roar. Thank you so much, not only for coming out and commentating today, but also for all of the work you do behind the scenes, making mystery tournament the amazing event that it is.
I'm just carrying the ball that has been passed, and he's making a smiley face.
That's another great benefit to this game. You could just doodle while you wait for things to happen. Alpha, congratulations on your tied 5th place finish. And again, thank you so much for all of the administrative work you do as well behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's good. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Join the next MT. We need more people so I can waste more time racing games.
Join MT16. It's going to be fun. And TPC, thank you so much for coming out and doing commentary as well.
Yeah, thanks to me for going 0-2 as well in this tournament. Another MT classic, as always.
The classic 0-2. All right, everyone. We are going to take a quick Twitch ad break. Just as a reminder, HOTFIX is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and your bits, and we really would appreciate it if you consider subbing. If you do have an Amazon Prime account, then you have Prime Gaming, and if you have Prime Gaming, then every month you can subscribe to a Twitch channel of your choice for free. So if you have that subscription available, please consider using it to support GDQ and support the weekly GDQ HOTFIX and all of the amazing content they create. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the top 8, now the top 3 of Mystery Tournament 15. We are in losers finals right now, where one of our 2 amazing competitors, either Maurice the reigning Mystery Tournament champion of Mystery Tournament 14, or Zex, one of the longest standing Mystery Tournament competitors, been playing and been making top 8 since Mystery Tournament 2, is going home in this best of 3 match. Now, joining me for commentary, I have some wonderful members of the community, including Some Girl on the internet. Some Girl, how are you doing?
I'm all right.
That's
Excited.
great to hear. What did you think of Shape CO?
I thought it was really interesting. I mean, that's such a unique genre to see in mystery. I don't know what I would do if I was faced with something like that in a blind race.
It's certainly an unusual category and an exciting one. Again, you never know what's going to happen in top 8. Also joining me is Phantom Matt from yesterday. Matt, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
That's great to hear. I'm doing well. I'm really enjoying this top 8. So Power Shovel. What are your thoughts? Could you control an excavator that well?
Now, having played Yakuza Kiwami 2, I am an expert in construction affairs, and I feel like I would do very well if I channeled my inner Majima.
I see. I mean, you are already a professional forklift operator as well. Then you're sold. Internet Dirigible is also going to be joining us. How are you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty
That
good.
is-
Very excited about the next game. Won't spoil it. Oh, I guess it is on stream. Very excited about it. I'll just say that.
Don't spoil the runners yet, but it is definitely going to be exciting. Now, all of the previous commentators we had said that Andy was the shoo-in to win MT15. Technically hasn't been dethroned in a mystery tournament in a very long time, but I want to hear all 3 of your opinions, starting with you, ID. Who's got this? Who's taking home this match? Who's taking home the whole tournament?
I think Maurice could win. The thing is, we see Maurice a lot more, and he's constantly winning when he joins matches, nearly always. And Andy doesn't join as many races anymore, but somehow it's just done enough in his life that he's just permanently good now. So it's hard to say. I certainly have more recent experience with seeing Maurice win, so it's hard to get that out of my head, but we'll have to see.
All right, we'll count that as a vote for Maurice. Phantom Matt, what are you feeling?
I feel like it's going to be close, but I'm feeling Maurice. And I'm not biased because me and him do commentary for Jolly every single time it comes up.
I feel like Jolly should come up a lot less than it already has.
It's on everyone's mind. Finals are soon, people.
They can't stop, man. They're addicted.
They might need to. Some Girl, what are your thoughts on this match? What are your thoughts on this whole tournament? Who's taking it home?
I mean, obviously, I think any of these players are more than capable of winning the tournament. They've all won within the past 5 tournaments or so, so it could be any of them. I guess no one's vouched for Zex yet, so I'll be the one. I'm voting for Zex. He took Andy to Game 5 in Grand Finals of MTX. He, I believe, he won MT11, so he has a lot of recent experience winning. He's been in top 3 in the past several tournaments. I think this is his time.
That's some strong analysis there, and I respect the opinion. Zex and I actually go way back. There are tons of games that I've seen Zex just pick up and within a week or so become a speedrun master of. So many games that he has just picked up and been like, oh yeah, I could be like 2nd or 3rd on the leaderboard if I try. And I feel like in some of these longer games that we see deeper into the top 8 bracket, he really gets the opportunity to show that off, to show his ability to quickly master a game and take it to the next level. Whereas I think Andy is more of a sprint runner. Of course, not to downplay his speedrunning accomplishments as well, but more of a sprinter. He just instantly understands the game and starts moving at a fair, good pace to it.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think you kind of also saw that in the last couple of races. Like, it seemed like Zex was picking it up in that Shapes game near the end, but just Andy got ahead early on and just kind of held the lead. So I think with some of these weirder, longer games, anything can happen. I think this is anyone's game.
It definitely is. Now, I definitely do think that Zex has a wider range of strong game categories, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. We heard some previous commentators' thoughts on it as well. Maurice is incredibly good at first-person shooters, at really any game that involves a mouse and keyboard or a first-person player perspective, especially games where you can move and jump. I think Zex just, 2D platformers, puzzle games. There's so many things that he is just top notch at. What are your thoughts? Internet Dirigible, let's start with you.
I think Zex could definitely beat Maurice at a certain platformer. Maurice is generally pretty good at platformers and pretty good at puzzle games, but I think with seeing Zek's performance in previous MTs, there are definitely games where you could take a game off of Maurice, I think. Maybe even win.
I see. Some girl. What are your thoughts?
I definitely say I don't want to down. I mean, we talk about how Maurice is so good at these first-person games, but Zex is no slouch at all when it comes to first-person shooters. I'm pretty sure we had a first-person shooter blind racing tournament not too long ago where they raced like retro style like FPSs from the 90s, and Zex was top 3. I'm pretty sure, might even come in second.
Mm.
That is true. I believe Zex is actually very fond of the Quake series. I feel like I've seen him talking about it with some of our other friends on a fair basis. So might also have a lot of that rooted first person shooter experience. Phantom Matt, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I'm unfortunately not as familiar with everybody in the community as I am sort of newer and haven't been around since before last mystery tournament, but I'm gonna trust my co-commentators here. If they're excellent, then we're gonna see one heck of a shootout to get to the win for this one.
There are no obvious winners when it gets to this stage. I feel like it's really it's not entirely luck of the draw, but I mean it could go either way.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, as we've mentioned, I feel like any of the matches that we've seen in this top 8 could have been the grand finals, just in terms of quality and in terms of closeness of the races. Any of the 8 people that came into top 8 could have taken it home, but of course, we are down to 3. We are down to Andy, waiting in winners finals for the winner of this match between Zex and Maurice. We are just going to take a few minutes here. We're going to make sure that all 3 of the potential games in this best of 3 are set up and ready to go, so we can just 1, 2, 3 knock the best of 3 out of the way, but that does mean a little bit more setup time loaded at the front.
Let's see some more ties.
And somewhere Roar is screaming.
Oh, he's here.
For anyone who missed mystery
Pretty
tournament,
much screaming right here, just muted.
Look, I didn't say it. I'm innocent. I'm not the chat gremlin today. I'm nice.
for anyone who did miss yesterday's broadcast, one, you can catch it on YouTube. And for anyone watching on YouTube, you should definitely head over to twitch.tv/games.quick. Check out the hotfix content sometimes. There's hotfix content constantly throughout the year between major GDQ events. And all of it is so good. Content like this great mystery tournament top 8. But if you did miss yesterday's broadcast, we had for the first time in years of mystery tournament a dead-on tie. Now, normally, sometimes the streams are a little bit desynced. It looks like the runners finish at about the same time, but we use speedruns live to adjudicate the races. So usually one runner will have finished a second or two earlier on speedruns live. However, yesterday we saw 2 runners finish with the exact same time, and even after retiming it, it was too close to call. So we wound up having to play a tiebreaker for the first time ever in top 8, and it was an experience. Maybe not a great experience, but an experience nonetheless. Yeah.
Also,
I had fun.
didn't the tiebreaker come really close to tying too?
I wasn't as close.
I
No,
believe the
not
tiebreaker came
as
within about
close.
8 seconds. So I mean, still very, very close.
Yeah, it's
Somewhere
funny,
Roar is screaming indeed.
it's funny that you talk about ties, though. There's actually last tournament in a match to qualify for top 8. So a 9th place match, I tied with Adam 5396, and we had to redraw because we had to retime. It came down to a quarter of a second.
Jeez. Oh yeah,
But I lost the rematch, and Adam got the spot in top 8. So
And Adam went on to go pretty deep into that top 8, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember.
Yeah, this year one of the new top 8 competitors, Nico Jazz, knocked Adam into losers. I know, and there was a lot of stuff that just kind of threw the bracket for a loop this year.
For sure. This was definitely an explosive bracket. Again, it's always a surprise with how many people enter. We had 110 entrants for Mystery Tournament 15, I believe. And that means that there are going to be more than 8 incredibly skilled players in this tournament. There were definitely a host of killers, and some of them, like Adam Numbers, got knocked out very early in the tournament. I believe actually going 1 or 0 and 2. We are getting word from our tech Rilkun that Rilkun actually lost to Adam Numbers, so we could confirm at least one victory.
Yeah, no.
I think
It's funny.
last year, Adam Numbers was the one who killed me too.
But yeah, it's funny that you mentioned about how there were so many upsets. The bracket was so ridiculous. Then we look at top 3, and it's like, oh, the usual suspects.
It's
No
Andy,
upsets here.
it's Zex, and it's Maurice, the reigning champion. Yeah, we expected this.
Things tend to even themselves out when they get this far. It's funny how that works. It's like almost always the same group of people. You get a few more in top 8, but I mean, if I kept winning, I would keep competing also.
Indeed.
I mean, I'll keep competing regardless.
But I mean, even without winning, the fun of Mystery Tournament really is just joining in on the races and getting to see and play and experience all of the different games. It's a lot of fun. And it's a good thing to remind everyone that there is basically no requirement to join Mystery Tournament. When Mystery Tournament 16 signups happen, every single person in chat, in theory, could join Mystery Tournament 16. All you have to do is be able to submit 2 games to the game pool.
True.
And here's the thing,
and use speedruns live.
And maybe be able to stream at like a recognizable bit rate.
That's true. Yeah, we do need to see the game being played. That is one rule, but that's generally easy enough to accomplish.
Well, ID, speaking of seeing the game being played, our runners are ready, and it sounds like tech is ready too. So without further ado, let's head into the first game of Losers Finals. Now, this is a genre and a game that is very near and dear to all of our hearts here at Mystery Tournament. It is a ball platformer. Ball platformer.
This game's so good.
This game is so good. Some girl, you should introduce this game.
So this is Ball Platformer. It is a game that is on Steam. I have played this before, as have maybe like 5 other people in the world.
I will chime in right here and say that in this commentary group, I am the only one who hasn't played this.
But so what they're going to be doing is they're playing on Explorer, which means that there's no lives they have to worry about. They just need to get to the end of every level. This game has kind of a unique progression mechanic where if you actually want to sort of quote-unquote beat the game, you have to play through all the levels in this mode and then play through the world again where you get a power-up but limited lives.
For the whole world.
Yeah, you get like 3 lives for the whole world or something. But they will not have to worry about that in this goal.
No, there are 5 worlds. They're only doing 2 of them here. We initially played this game because it's called Ball Platformer, and I think that's a good enough reason. And this is a legitimately very fun game. The physics are a little weird. It takes a little bit of getting used to. You fall kind of slowly, but that's also where a lot of the fun comes from, especially in the later stages.
Yeah, we're gonna see some kind of interesting mechanics in this goal. I'm trying to remember what the power-up for this world is.
Climb, I think.
Yeah, so each world introduces a distinct power-up that, like, you can interact with certain stage elements in a particular way. There's going to be, like, I think wall climbing tiles that they will need to stick to.
There's even time power-ups in later worlds, so there's actually, it really goes a lot of places that you maybe wouldn't expect.
This already seems much better than other ball games that I have seen in this community.
I was going to say, I think for maybe the uninitiated, we should talk a little bit about Mystery Tournament and the history of the mystery community with ball games in general.
I mean, they're just fun games.
Yeah. Generally, ball games are just, it's a good genre because it's, it's about skill. It's about getting through the levels, and they're usually built difficultly. Although there is a game called Adventure Ball, which takes 9 hours to beat, pretty much, and has 9 levels, and we play it a lot.
No, we don't. But so, I mean, I would say that a big part of the appeal of ball games in general is that they have interesting physics. They have generally like pretty short levels with pretty fast iteration. Like you die and you replay the level. That's pretty common. There's sort of like an instantly recognizable sense of how to play the game, but it's also not like trivial.
And of course, they're also always incredibly high quality. There's never been a ball game of questionable quality.
Sure, we'll go with that.
I'm actually amazed at the amount of control the ball has for this one.
Yeah,
Like-
there is no jump in this game, which I think is generally you end up getting better levels in ball games that don't have a jump.
Yeah, I think jumping in three-dimensional rolling and momentum ends up being like kind of awkward and unfun sometimes.
But yeah, this game is on Steam. This was gifted to the competitor, so this is a win-win regardless of how
Yeah.
this match turns out. And,
All right, so you've got some magnet tiles on the wall.
oh, yeah.
They can stick to those.
And it does feel a little weird, but it's not that hard to get used to. You still sort of keep your momentum, so if you fell like from a height onto a magnet tile, you might end up slipping off of it. So that's something to keep in mind.
I still remember one of my like favorite moments from when we played this game for the first time was the last world has like kind of a space theme, and there was this planet that had kind of like this. I was confused and I was like, why does Saturn look like it has a cow print? And it turns out it was this magnet texture stretched all the way around the entire planet.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's this is a good example of probably programmer art, but at the same time, this person knew what they wanted.
It's effective though. It like
Yeah.
clearly communicates what the purpose of each tile is. There's no ambiguity like, oh, what does this tile do? No, it's like it's a magnet. You'd stick to it.
But yeah, this game's very good. There's 6 reviews on Steam, and 4 of them are from people you've seen on this channel in the mystery tournament. So
Hey me. So
I'm
our
trying-
runners are now.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're tied back up. Maurice took a death a stage ago that set him behind, and
nice. Maurice did the skip, and so did Zex. There's a bit of an earlier skip they could have done, but it's a little risky.
Uh-oh. Oh, just got pushed a little too far away from the wall. Maurice takes the death.
One of the sort of weirdest aspects of this game, especially with these climbing tiles, is that you control the camera, and your controls are relative to the camera. So you can kind of change where the camera is facing to have the controls be what you think would be easiest for what you want at any given time. It gives you a lot of control over the game, but it does
All
take
right.
a bit
Oh,
of
Zex goes for gets so greedy there. Oh, I do not agree with that decision.
oh, and Maurice just grazing that log.
Maurice playing it safe. This level, actually, you can skip, I think, a fair portion of it, and can end up getting up to the top, but it's difficult.
So, a crazy idea I just had. Could you get on top of one of the logs and just roll along with it the entire way around?
Yes. Yeah, you could. I don't think it would be faster.
I think it might be faster, but so one of the important things about moving platforms in this game is that you don't actually move with the platform.
That's true.
So it would be very, very difficult to not get knocked off doing that.
Because, I mean, you could hop on the first log and then go around the back way, hop onto whatever magnet panels they have on the back, and then just roll to the end, from what I see.
Yeah, I think that is an option. When you revisit these worlds, the power-up you get is basically like this, or what are these other special panels, but you can use it at any time. So if you bring climb here, this level becomes somewhat trivial.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing about the replaying the worlds is you get to bring a power up, and what that power up does is it lets you just use the power like anywhere, so you can just climb up any wall you want.
And that's Maurice out of level 8. Moving on.
Now we get to see the wonderful stretched magnet textures. Oh, that one's not quite as. Oh yeah, there's a good one. So yeah, this game graphically it's bare bones. You know, I'll admit that. I'm not going to argue that point, but at the same time, the gameplay really makes up for it. This is a oh man, those ones are really stretched.
Maurice giving us that nice little spin.
This is only $2. Now Maurice is going for a skip here, which is very doable. Wow,
Ooh.
nice.
Makes it.
And, oh, so does he understand? Yes.
Oh, that's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal. That was
That's
a
an
wonderful
incredible
skip. And are they only playing these first 2 worlds?
That is the goal.
Yes, Forest
Okay.
and Canyon. You can play the first 4 worlds in any order.
Yeah, the 5th world is like a secret one that unlocks after you've done the rest, but
That's where the real game starts.
yeah, that's where about half your playtime will be.
Oh, so it's Adventure Ball all over again. Great. I was afraid of this.
Yeah, except the levels are good.
Okay, thank goodness.
Such classics as Space Girder.
Space Girder's good. So I think there are only 10 levels per world, so I believe Maurice is on the final stage.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Depending on how Zex handles these really frustrating levels, at this point, he might be having a bit of a hard time. Maurice, maybe even himself, though, because he lost a lot of times on this stage and doesn't know how Zex is doing.
It's another case like the race yesterday with the what was it, the claw game?
It was Exodemon. Yeah, it's actually something I was about to bring up. Is we saw it yesterday. We saw some of our competitors get, lose mental focus, which is very easy to do in an event like this, and especially Zex coming off of an 0-2 performance against Andy in a game that a lot of people thought that would be Zex favored in Shape CO. You have to question, what is his mental state like right now? Is he in the best state of mind? Is he maybe getting a little frustrated and that's causing him to mess up on the stage thinking, well, I know Maurice is amazing at platforming games. I'm probably so far behind it's pointless at this point.
It's interesting because I'm trying to watch what Zex is doing, and I feel like he was so close to getting it early on, and now he's doing something totally different that's not working as well.
Yeah, the technique is strange.
I feel like from what I've noticed early on, Zex was kind of winging it more with the camera and keeping it at stranger angles, and I feel like he has made a more concentrated effort to keep the camera at this specific angle, and it doesn't seem to be as working as well for him. It seems like he's almost having some depth perception issues when the ball gets nudged by the rollers, and whether it's still attached or not.
All right,
Maurice has cleared the forest.
going on to the canyon.
It's
So there's a
interesting-
hub world.
Yeah.
Yes. There's only just 4 corners of it, and then the final level in the middle, but it's cool regardless. When you play a 3D game, I guess the controls are always relative in the camera, but in this game, it means a little bit more. Just because you're going along walls, and you can have left either push yourself left along the wall or left into the wall. Which on this stage is very relevant that Zex is on.
Alright, so this world is much more difficult than the previous one, I would say. Not the hardest world, but there's a couple levels that might wall them for a little bit, including a couple fairly lengthy levels, so this race is not over. It's
For
going to be tough
sure.
for Zex to come back.
The unique mechanic of this world has, they do a lot with it, even just in this world. Because I don't believe there are any climb tiles, but we do get a new symbol that can be it doesn't need to be stretched actually. So
Copy
So it's a
paste
much
it.
worse one.
yeah, and I think one interesting thing this game does is you might see they almost look like graphical glitches on these platforms, but they're not. It's basically that anything moving has a little movement line that's drawn from it. Yeah, so you can tell which direction it's moving. And in a game where it's like really just trying to communicate information and isn't necessarily trying to be like aesthetic, it's actually really helpful because in some later levels it can be difficult to tell what direction platforms are moving.
Oh, here Zex is doing the thing that I thought of earlier.
Oh, there
Oh.
it is.
Oh my, is he gonna get the clear doing this? Is this
can.
how Zex finally clears the level? Oh my god.
Probably gonna need to come off onto this one. Yeah.
Gets up. Easy as you
Nice.
meant. Like, oh, almost falls at the end.
Good. Past
Oh,
the
man.
wall. It feels
heart.
good to be past the wall. We'll see if Zex does the same skip Maurice did here. Meanwhile, the level Maurice is on, to reiterate, Sandro mentioned earlier, these platforms, you have to move with them. Not when they're going up or down, gravity takes care of that, but when they're going left to right, you have to move at the same speed they are if you don't want to fall off.
I also see that Zex is not going for the same skip that Maurice did on this following level.
Yeah, which is fine. This isn't actually that long of a level.
We get to
I'd say this
appreciate.
skip saved like 20 seconds or so.
That's true, it wasn't as big of a skip as I thought it was.
I mean, it did skip the entire level, it's just this level's not that long. Unless Zex dies. Oh. Got a little dicey there, but
Oh!
You said it.
Came off the wall. See, that's where I think when I was playing this, I really liked having the camera at more of a 45. So it felt like even when I was moving along the wall, I was also moving into it. So I wouldn't end up falling off the wall.
Oh, there's a path to just skip these rollers in the middle. That's good.
oh, Zex is going for the skip. Gets it.
Gets it.
Wow.
Excellent.
And on to Forest 10. Meanwhile, Maurice on Canyon 5.
Alright.
This level is a bit of a pain.
So, yes. This is a very long, kind of auto-scrollery level where they have to ride on this platform quite a distance.
And it's not... you don't have instant acceleration in this game. You have to accelerate a little bit. And this platform is pretty fast. So if you end up stopping at any point, you're going to have a hard time catching up to it.
This reminds me of thinking back to the excavator game, another Japanese game show, the hole in the wall one.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what this is.
Yeah.
Alright,
then-
so now they gotta climb up this little tower here, and they probably won't be able to catch the same platform. They'll have to wait for another one.
Yeah, for some reason when I first played this level, I couldn't figure out that I had to climb this tower. I was here for way too long. Maurice sees it immediately, though. Oh! Zex was able to skip that entire level
Oh, what?
through the tree. I love it. That's a
Oh, wow, I
massive
missed
amount of time save. So didn't climb all the way up to the top and then fall through the hole, was able to slip through the trees that were blocking off where the exit was.
Wow. And this is why these
Fantastic.
slayers are in top 8.
They're good at video games.
Okay, so yeah, Maurice, I think has just passed the most dangerous obstacle, so is most likely finishing the stage. The way that those little square platforms move at the end is really weird.
I'm gonna be honest, I would have died a little bit if he died right there at the end.
Alright, so here's our mechanic here. They're bounce pads. And you can see
bounce
they
pad,
have
right.
a color
Yeah, go ahead.
changing mechanic to indicate how high you're going to bounce.
Alright.
I think it has to do with how far, like how high up you are when you fall on them. you can think of it as 3 different levels, because if you start on 1, you bounce on it 3 times, and then red is the highest level. But if you fall from higher, it'll start at a higher level than blue.
Alright.
And not the easiest thing to control, but these are experienced players. Yeah, and you can really get going high, as you can see.
Yeah, I didn't think they were gonna be able to clear that wall.
No, and that was actually not a skip. That's just the way you do that level. This game expects a lot out of you with these bounce pads.
Yeah, shout outs to the music in this game.
Alright, skipping one bounce pad there.
Going for a big skip.
Yeah, so at this point, Maurice could get walled. He only has 3 levels left, including this one, so...
Yeah, it's gonna be real tough for Zex to make a comeback, but it is certainly possible.
If I remember correctly, 9 is kind of a weird one where you have to... If this is the one I'm thinking of. No, it's not, so that level must be 10.
Oh, I don't like this.
Yeah, so this is basically the same as level, I think it was 4 or 5. But this time, you're constantly bouncing. You could choose not to bounce.
Yeah.
And I think that's almost kind of like a little tricky way that makes the stage a little easier. Or I guess you couldn't have gotten over that. There weren't any gaps in that one.
You need to jump around this obstacle.
Smoothly.
Maurice sees it. It's the language of games. I mean, it's clear more or less what it's asking you to do, but to get it the first time and not have to retry the level is a big reason why these people make it to top 8.
Yeah, this is I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing, that's for sure.
This is terrifying me with every jump.
He's on a pretty good cycle here. I don't think all of the platforms have the exact same cycle on these things.
Something that I think is really interesting I want to comment on actually is Maurice's choice of camera angle. You can see anytime he's way up in the air, he immediately turns his camera to be straight looking downwards so that he knows exactly where he is relative to that bounce pad and can make sure that he lands exactly where he needs to.
That's a really good point.
Really just smart play that I think is probably why he's able to clear these fairly challenging levels with almost no difficulty.
Yeah, so this is the one I was talking about. I remember this one being pretty difficult for me. Doesn't seem like Maurice is having a very hard time, though. So...
It's just wall transfers.
It could just be me.
Oh, no!
No, it's not an easy level.
Oh,
there's the goal. And that's it.
There it is.
Maurice
It was all that one level.
Done with a time of 21:25.
Very impressive showing. That is. I am very impressed by that.
Maurice just making absolute short work of ball platformer, showing his mastery of ball platformers, the genre and the game.
Absolutely. $2 on Steam. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's certainly an experience.
It looks like it controls mostly well.
Controls really well, actually, and it's pretty quick to get used to. The third and fourth, the third world's not that hard. The fourth world is actually pretty difficult, and then the fifth world is, I don't know. I would almost say it's very difficult.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say the difficulty mostly comes from when you have to replay the world with limited lives.
Mm-hmm.
So, with this style of play, it's not as difficult.
It isn't, although it's worth mentioning, I think Maurice one-shot every single level in Canyon.
I think that's true.
That is true.
I didn't see an explosion.
I love the skips from Zex, especially that level 10 skip. I don't think, because a lot of the skips, because you have to replay it without losing lives, you end up getting impatient and want to do skips. But I'd never attempted that one. That was pretty cool to do blind just like the third or fourth time through the stage.
Mhm.
But with that does mean that Maurice is going to be up 1 game over Zex in this best of 3. Reminder, this is losers finals. That means that whoever loses here is out of the tournament in third. And the winner will move on to play against Andy in grand finals. Now, something again, I brought it up a little during the race. I feel like I have to bring it up again, is the ability to stay cool mentally and to just kind of refresh that mental state after every game. Zex is now on a 3-game losing streak. So if the next game isn't maybe something that necessarily agrees with Zex's specialties or sensibilities, this could be a rough 0-4 for Zex today.
It's true, yeah.
But we're just getting the runners set up real quick, getting them the pace bin, making sure they have time to check their controls. We have a very fun game coming up next. I am so excited for this next one. The runners are actually talking about how Zex managed to squeeze through the trees in 1-10, I think the stage was. Maurice is dumbfounded that Zex figured out a way. He was like, yeah, that stage took me like 5 minutes. How'd you do that?
I want to be terrible and just interject real quick with a little bit of a spoiler for the next game, because it might not get noticed, might not get mentioned, but I need to make sure that it does. The next button has an explicit button to just be cute.
I'll be honest. I read the paste bin for this next game, and so I think there's almost a strategy for Mystery Tournament when it comes to even something as simple as reading paste bins. And I'd love to hear everyone else's thoughts on this, but I generally look for the controls to move, the controls to jump, and beyond that, I zone out. Whatever, let's play the game. That was a big mistake with this next game. You'll see why immediately. But Some Girl ID, when you join a Mystery Tournament race, what are you thinking about? What are you trying to process out of these pace bins that we get before each game?
I try not to let them intimidate me in case they end up being long. We prefer them not to be long, but if they are, sometimes it can feel like, oh man, this is going to be really complicated. But generally, there are going to be some bullet points at the end, and you should read them, because maybe every year so far that I've seen, 8 or 10 races end up being lost because someone didn't read what was in the pace bin.
More
So
than that.
read it. Yeah, I'm trying to be generous, but it happens. People don't read.
Yeah, actually, that's one reason why typically when I do my Mystery Tournament matches, I stream with mic on, because I actually will narrate myself reading the pace bin, because if I say it out loud, I know there's a better chance I'll remember it. And if there's a ton of stuff in the pace bin, sometimes I'll just open up a notepad and take notes on the stuff that's actually important.
Wow, going the extra mile there. So as just a primer for anyone who isn't aware, we don't make the runners go into the game completely without any help. Generally, we will provide a paste bin for the game, explaining some basic things, how to move, any buttons you need to press, anything you might need to bind to a controller if you're playing with the controller on a controller compatible game, as well as any incredibly cryptic or unusual elements to the game that we feel it would be unfair for a race to be decided by. Maybe this kind of wall can be broken with the basic gun, even though it doesn't really look like it should be able to, that kind of thing.
It's nice too, because it allows us to, in Mystery Tournament, we really try and have fair races, and it's difficult. It really opens up the pool when you're able to just put a few clarifying things to make the race fair. So it makes it a lot more games eligible to be raced.
Yeah, I mean, even something minor, just if there's a one particular stage where there's a whole bunch of optional stuff, you just be like, all right, in stage 5, you can ignore everything on the right, just go to the left, and the exit's right there, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. It opens up a lot of genres too that might otherwise be completely inaccessible. We do generally avoid things like Metroidvanias, but a Metroidvania with a well-written enough paste bin can still be a fun and interesting mystery game challenge for sure.
I
It's
think
difficult to find them.
the most notable paste bin heavy game that we had was we actually had Initial D this tournament, which was fantastic.
Oh yeah, it was entirely untranslated, so the paste bin had to do a lot of menu walking through. That's right.
Our tech Railcoon is still very upset that match was actually redrawn because the paste bin was not up to snuff and the runners did not feel comfortable playing the game. But speaking of our runners, Maurice and Zex are ready. Let's get into game 2 of Losers Finals in Mystery Tournament 15 Top 8. We have quite the interesting game for you. It's Handy Dandy. Now, like I mentioned before, I made the mistake in this game of reading what the controls were. Up, down, left, right to move, up to jump. You have a button, you're good. What I didn't read is it's not up, down, left, right to move. It's up, down, left, right, and WASD to move. You're playing both characters at once here at this action platform.
Oh.
Yeah, while you guys were talking, I was reading through the paste bin and I'm like, are they gonna be able to do both at the same time? That's ridiculous.
So the gimmick of Handy Dandy is that by pushing this minecart at the start, you've shattered this magical crystal, and now Handy and Dandy are stuck in 2 separate dimensions with this energy line between them. Each of the dimensions is slightly different. There might be platforms or objects in one that aren't in the other, and you need to complete each stage by shining that barrier between them onto all of the crystals in a level.
At the same time?
At the same time, and for several seconds continuously.
All right.
Okay.
So it forms the sort of as if Handy and Dandy were reflected over the line, and it changes its angle to do that. That's awesome. I like this mechanic a lot.
It's really neat looking at it right now.
It gets real creative, and one of the important mechanics we're going to discover here is that Handy and Dandy cannot touch by any means. The line is actually solid, and you can use it as a platform by positioning one or the other in the correct spot. We actually saw Zex do it there very briefly. So that's going to start coming up a lot more as you not only have to figure out how to navigate the two through the stage, but do so in a way that allows them to use each other as platforms effectively.
So now I'm wondering if we can actually gain a height on the line, like do a jump and then have it turned so that way we could land on it and activate things.
You can't necessarily land on the line very well. It kind of pushes you off a little bit, but you can jump off of it like a platform.
Yeah, man, this is just so back and forth right here at the beginning. One thing that's interesting is that the Handy and Dandy's dimensions have different physical characteristics. And so you have to take time to explore. And it's going to be interesting to see how much time they choose to take to explore. And how much time they're just going to say, okay, well, I'm guessing that you just have to go to this part of the level. I'm just going to head straight there.
Wow.
Alright.
This is a really cool game.
Yeah, and it's a very tight race so far too.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Maurice needs to do here. I guess they're both on the same level now. If one's on the platform and one's below it, the line is too low.
So maybe slope?
Need to use this. Yeah.
Ah.
Yep, they need to use the platform and the ditch to get in there. Zex is trying to just kind of finagle the line into the right spot by standing on top of each other. I'm not sure that's going to work. Something, again, that's really important to mention is they are playing both characters at once. One of them is controlled with WASD, the other is controlled with the arrow keys. And while they are, different colors and are wearing different clothes, it doesn't necessarily intuitively register which is which. And it's very easy to get your hands mixed up.
Looks like Zex almost had it they were able to hit both of them just for a second, just by angling the line just right, but it couldn't keep.
I love this. It's worth putting into words that not only does the angle change, the distance is always at the midpoint between them, so it's gonna... That's why going up to the very top of this stage is what solves it, and the very bottom. There we go, Zex sees it. Maurice, a couple levels ahead now, though. I love this. Is this the correct?
It's just Halo jumping is what this is.
That is an
fantastic.
extended strat. You need to bounce them off of each other.
Yeah,
by
there's
jump
a little
high.
sign on the left that kind of indicates that.
Oh, I didn't see it. This is a really cool game. Who submitted this? Do we know?
Yes, this was submitted by Scrambles, who I believe is actually in chat right now, mentioning that nobody has pressed down right now, so they haven't been able to be cute. I hope that
Shame.
was in the paste bin.
It is. It's at
It
the very
is, yeah.
end.
Just further proof that I don't read.
So this is an interesting one here, because the one that Maurice is on, because it's not entirely obvious to me how it's possible to get the line that high up. Because it needs to be horizontal, which means one of the characters has to be above it. So I guess you just need both of them up there, standing on each other's heads.
That was my thought. Yes. But I think Zex will actually solve this faster because Zex attempted to use that to solve an earlier level. That's one thing to point out. It doesn't come up that often, but in puzzle games, sometimes you can end up making a game harder for yourself and solve it the wrong way, but sometimes that wrong way does end up coming back later, so it ends up saving you a little bit of time that you learned the mechanic.
Oh, there's just little cruising walk right here to get this angle.
That was interesting. That was kind of a skip there from Zex.
Oh, and here we go, Zex already on this level. This is a really close race.
Alright, Maurice quits out to the menu for some reason.
No, so in the paste bin it says that finishing certain levels will kick you out to level select.
Oh,
Yeah, that happened on level 9 also. And we have a lot of levels here. This is level 32 that we're going to, so if they're only on 12 or 14 now, we've got a lot of time.
Additionally, it's worth noting that the path does diverge at one point. There's an A set of levels and a B set of levels, and the paste bin does explain which set that they should play so that the playing field is fair.
Zex did quit out to the menu there. Is there not a quick restart?
No,
guess
there
we
is
wouldn't
no
really need to,
dedicated
though.
reset button.
I mean, you can't at this point. There's no movable objects or anything. You can't really lock yourself into a fail state. What do you think on this level that Maurice is on? Okay, there it is. Up.
not quite. I think
if Maurice got closer.
Yeah, the red
rather
one
than-
needs to be up there, and that'll work.
Oh, okay.
There we
go. That's a difficult thing to visualize, honestly. It's not a relationship between lines that we think about a lot in our heads.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when you get these levels with the diagonals, because when they had the early levels, they were all kind of just aligned horizontally or vertically, and it was kind of clear, like, okay, we need both these characters to be lined up on the same horizontal or the same vertical, and then it'll just be the midpoint. But with these angles, it's not necessarily clear what the actual configuration of standing positions is.
It's true, and maybe these levels are very particularly designed, but it seems that in most of them, you could kind of do a couple different things.
There we go. And then Zex drops down and gets the clear on that level.
So yeah, Maurice just did exactly what Sent was talking about, where after that elevator jump, moved the wrong character to the right.
And
Nice. Just
I-
barely on that.
I will say Maurice is actually just destroying this goal right now. He just seems to have an instinctive understanding of how to create these angles.
So something I just noticed from Maurice's screen is that objects appear, that you can move objects and they stay in the same spot, and no matter which dimension you're in.
Yeah. And in fact, just kind of past that little minecart between dimensions, which is pretty nifty.
Got it. So these movable objects aren't affected by the dimension line.
But the minecart is the thing that broke the magic crystal. Why wouldn't it be affected?
Well, at least because it came in
That's its
contact with the
punishment.
magic crystal or something.
Yeah, it's true. It was at the center of the explosion, so it was isolated from the splitting effects. It's at the eye of the storm. Oh, we've got to zoom out.
Yeah,
So-
this is a large level.
I would have, and I mean I am having, but I guess I'm not playing it, a hard time remembering what platforms exist in which realities.
Oh, absolutely. So one thing that's interesting with this level Maurice is on is there's that minecart way at the top left. And obviously, like, your instinct is going to be, okay, how do I use that minecart? But I don't even see how they'd even get up there.
I would assume it's just another Halo jump once you get both characters up that close.
And it's worth pointing out that the line needs to be held on these gems and not just touch them. I mean, it's somewhat obvious, but the game prevents you from doing a lot of things that you'd want to do. Just kind of jump and get the line into the right spot. It's a pretty significant amount of time, too.
Maurice just found that the red character could just go up the left side and has now moved the cart down by one tier.
Okay. Nice. Gonna be able to. Oh
No, just misses. Oh, that sucks.
If I were doing this, I would, because of the sort of elegant way in which the previous levels were designed, I might think that I was doing something that was more tedious than what was intended, and think I was doing the thing wrong.
So the question is, where does Maurice need to put this other character?
Maurice needs to get up higher than. There we go.
Nails it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone use the Q button.
So apparently someone in chat says that only one of the characters execute, the other one gets scared.
Oh my gosh, 3 carts. 3
Wait, and the carts-
crystals.
The carts have crystals.
Well, this is a game changer. That's so interesting. You have to move the cart, like swap them, swap the characters, and you got this. Okay, that works too.
Oh, pushes it a little bit too far. Ah, there.
All right, it works.
Having 3 points and points that you could move around could really lead to some difficult levels.
Oh, yeah.
It's one thing to figure out where the characters go, but figuring out where the crystals go is a whole nother dimension of puzzle.
It makes me wonder if we're gonna start seeing reflectors.
Oh wow. Yeah, this game is great.
This
think
game
I might-
really is so good. I think one of the things it does very well, that's hard to capture in a puzzle game, especially a puzzle game that's genuinely worthy of a blind race, is it really ramps up the difficulty in an understandable and digestible way. Like, every increase in difficulty is something you can very easily acclimate to, but then you start putting together these massive stages with these mine carts that swap between dimensions, but also the mine carts are crystals, but also there's 3 crystals to care about. And suddenly, you have a very simple concept that's incredibly difficult in execution.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and still 10 levels to go. And it's not hard to have 1 or 2 levels in a puzzle game take you, half the race, depending on how complicated the working out is.
I would even say that's like pretty common for puzzle races.
Yeah.
And right, Zex is getting this one, I think. Might need to.
I
No,
feel.
Maurice might need to swap who's doing this, yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting because there's even more facets than it seems like, because you have 2 characters, but they aren't equal. There's a polarity to them, and it's very much intended which one is on which side of this line. And there's the crystals, and you gotta move them around. It's true, it's a game that doesn't seem very complicated, but really has a lot going on.
Kind of curious why Zex doesn't just line them up in the middle.
That is what Maurice did.
And that is what Zex is doing now.
Overthinking it, probably. Which is very easy to do in puzzle games.
Yeah, for sure. I think something that you often kind of need to recognize in a puzzle game is sort of when a level is just trying to teach you something. Like, typically, I think with the way a lot of puzzle games the levels are laid out, you typically, when they introduce something new, the first level is usually like 1 step, pretty simple solution, and then they introduce it into the more complex puzzles later on. So if I see a brand new mechanic involving pushing stuff on a cart, I should probably assume that the solution to that puzzle is going to be really easy.
That's a really good point.
It sort of like holds your hand to learn the new thing, and then it starts experimenting on it.
Yeah, which is really good puzzle design. Meanwhile, Zex is almost caught up.
I think
1 level behind now.
Yeah.
And this level wasn't particularly challenging.
Yeah, Maurice has really been walled here. But going on that note of puzzle design, some girl, I kind of want to take a quick tangent to something Himpuli was talking about in the Discord the other day. Himpuli, the dev behind Baba Is You, as well as Environmental Station Alpha, posted a link to a really interesting blog about how you design puzzle games that are like Sudoku and similar grid-based puzzle games. And the idea of you start the puzzle by creating an assumption for the player, and you go from there. And I think that applies to video games as well. You can kind of see, like, well, okay, this crystal is here, this crystal is there, this character has to be here, where do I go from there? And meanwhile, Maurice actually gets the solution.
It's true. Since joining Mystery Tournament, because a lot of people in this community are so good at puzzles, I've gotten much better at puzzles just through playing with them and like having more experience. And one of the big things that I've noticed for me, at least, is to be trial and error is good, but I feel like when you're more methodical and kind of think through what you're going to do before you even try it in the first place, you end up solving a puzzle faster in a lot of circumstances.
I think a lot of that also does come down to sort of the style of puzzle and how, like, does the game have an undo button? Does the game have, certain features that make trial and error sort of the way to go?
Right.
Because in this game, it seems like you probably don't want to do much trial and error, because if you put something out of place, you got to put it back.
Absolutely. At least on that one. So when these when they get 2 fixed objects,
Mhm.
in addition to moving objects, those are it's obvious where they need to go.
Yeah, I was
that
actually
they're
about to
taking
comment
it
the
through.
exact same thing.
Yeah. So when you it was it was the case in that last level and in the one Maurice is currently on. He knows where these need to go if he's thinking it through. If they start giving him 3 minecarts, that's when it starts to get challenging.
Yeah.
We should also mention that Zex cleaned up the level that Maurice was walled on very quickly.
Oh,
That is
wow.
true.
Now 1 stage behind still, but I don't think that lead's gonna stay that long for long.
No, yeah, I think
Yep.
Maurice is moving at a pretty good pace, but doesn't seem to be moving any faster than he was initially. So if Zex continues to improve, we could see some big changes. Nice, Maurice getting this mechanic. This is sort of a tedious series of moves that he has to make here, where he's constantly getting new walls. Oh, that might be close enough.
Yeah, that's definitely close enough.
Easy.
You gotta have him on the same level, Maurice.
I don't think Maurice thinks it's close enough.
If it were me, I'd try it.
For sure.
It's a bit of a risk, but I
And
feel like
just
finishing
try.
a level is too good of a... Yeah, there we go.
I mean, I could definitely understand the hesitation to just do it, because if you drop one of your characters down, you have to get them back up, and that could be quite a time loss.
Uh-oh.
Boney, I don't know exactly how many are left, but I think that Maurice is probably on level... Well, we're about to find out.
I think it's 22.
Thanks for asking.
I
Oh.
think that the first
24.
where we actually had a puzzle becomes unsolvable, and you have to restart the puzzle.
Oh.
Because Maurice shoved that minecart into the wall, and there's not enough space for you to move it out to push this minecart in the middle.
Well, that's a really good point. We finally have point of no return.
There's a quick one for Maurice. So this is a very close race.
Yeah, I think this could really still go either way. Wall potential is always there, and these aren't like, you know, this isn't a match where you're only doing 5 puzzles. We did have 1 or 2 of those this mystery tournament, but these aren't trivial, and it's really easy to make an assumption and have it be a wrong assumption and get your brain stuck in the wrong place for too long.
Because I think Zex probably has to push that a little more, but basically has this.
Oh yeah, well, with the right one being a little out of
No,
sorts. Or the lower one, rather. Zex, you got this.
Just right now.
There we go.
Very nice.
Nice, and that level Maurice was on was pretty much all platforming. Knew just where he needed to go, but they make it hard to get there.
So I think with these levels, increasingly the challenge is kind of becoming like, where do I go?
Yeah, it could be that it seems like a lot of puzzle devs lately like to kind of organize their levels in themes. So like all of, you know, a certain adjacent numbers or consecutive numbers are going to be where do I go levels that don't, or and then some are going to be minecart levels. Seems like we're into a series of of pure platforming, what's in each dimension level. Oh, Maurice needs to get into that little alcove there. There we go. I think he has this.
All right. This game really likes to use that mechanic where you have to jump, then have the person underneath jump, and then the person jumps off the top of the other character.
Oh, for sure.
Halo jumping is a very underutilized mechanic, I feel.
Reminds me a little bit of Little Magic with pushing the bubbles out, and then all of a sudden every level is just doing that. Okay.
It looks like Maurice is gonna clean this up momentarily.
Oh, I think so. He's now doing something I didn't expect him to do. Is it not enough to have... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
There it is.
There's a little nook right there that they needed to be in. Alright, what level are we on now? We're moving on to
28. Oh, we got...
That's not good.
I wasn't expecting that.
So now the question is, can you... Yep, you prevent the monster from moving.
Or does it freeze when you have it trapped in the beam for long enough in the correct direction?
I would be somewhat surprised if that were the case.
So far, the monster's path has been identical in both dimensions. I don't know if that's going to be a consistent mechanic, but... No, yeah, I think it freezes once you have it fully touching both crystals.
Alright.
No, I think they're going to have to lock it in place. I think they were locking in place with their bodies. I don't think it can go past you.
Alright, does this
Oh,
work?
so you're saying you might have to look at it from both sides. That could be, I mean, they trapped it with minecarts there. It's obvious what happened there. But... Regardless, another big wrench in the mechanics of this game that was, I'd say, somewhat unexpected.
Wait, none of us here in commentary expected moving crystals. Like, animate moving crystals.
No, I mean, I didn't even really expect crystals in minecarts.
Tester here. I actually didn't finish this game because that night my hands were hurting. I didn't expect moving enemy.
I didn't want to spoil it. When the game started, somebody in chat was like, "Yeah," and then the portal mechanic happens, and then the head crabs with crystals show up.
Wow,
I really did want to
just a few levels off, yeah.
they did it.
I don't know if this game eventually gets portals. I hope it does. That sounds horrific.
Sounds fantastic. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
Yeah, Maurice, just chill out a little bit. You got it. There you go.
There we go. Moving on to level 32. This is
Wow.
Magic Grace.
The final boss.
2 minecarts, an animate
And what a
crystal.
boss it is. There's only a single fixed point.
Well, it seems based on the position of the minecart tracks that they're almost certainly going to want to align everything vertically.
Yeah, the enemy is basically a fixed point also.
Like, yeah, I mean, it's
Doesn't
mostly the
have
fact
much.
that neither of the minecarts can actually move to the right of the fixed crystal at the top. So that means they have to be aligned vertically, because otherwise, if one was on the left side of it, the other one would have to be on the right, and that's not possible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it looks like in the green dimension it could move a little bit to the right, but it would just end up falling off. And...
No, there's a little, like, wooden post there that stops it.
Yeah,
The
Oh.
tracks are the same.
Alright, so standing on the enemy also prevents it from moving. Is it an enemy?
This has become chaos. You know, it's not.
It's a friend.
It's an obstacle.
I think Maurice can get this pretty quickly, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is intended as a co-op game. I guess that makes sense.
Here at Mystery Funhouse, we thrive in subverting
Yeah.
expectations.
Who needs co-op when you have two hands?
There we go.
Maurice done with a time of 28:48.
And that's a definitive win in this bracket for Maurice. Zex finishing third in Mystery Tournament 15.
Yeah, an incredible showing out of Maurice today. Hungary wants the repeat, wants the 2 in a row Mystery Tournament wins. Zex, incredible run as well. I mean, we cannot deny just how many killers there were in this top 8 bracket, and coming home in third place is certainly nothing to laugh at. That is a very well done finish by Zex, and congratulations to them for finishing in third place at Mystery Tournament 15.
Yeah, look, we've got our grand finals coming up soon. I'm very excited to see what we're gonna have for that.
We certainly do. You know, the games today have been interesting. They've been unusual. They've been clever. And while I know most of the top 8 pool, there was one specific game that I was told would be played in grand finals that I was specifically told by Aurora and Exuno, Sent, please don't play this. We want your reactions to it blind. And I am looking forward to it. And I hope you are all also looking forward to the grand finals of top 8, which we will get to very shortly. We are going to take a quick break first, but then we will be back and we will get to see Andy and Maurice play it off. Andy, of course, coming in with a 1-game advantage due to entering the grand finals from the winner bracket. Before we go, though, some girl, ID Phantom Matt, thank you so much for coming out and doing commentary. I hope you got to enjoy the games. At least I hope it was a fun commentary time for you.
Oh, that was great. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah.
I think these two just stole $2 from my wallet, so
Yeah, I'm
buy
not
ball
gonna lie.
platform,
I think I might pick this game up after the stream's over. It looks really cool. As well as the ball game that I actually had not played ball platformer, and that looked really. I'm very scarred from Adventure Ball. I was one of the original racers of that game years.
I'm so sorry.
I haven't touched a ball platformer since, but maybe my frozen heart has finally been thawed.
We debated that Adventure Ball might not be a real ball game, so get yourself ball platformer. That's definitively a ball game.
or this is how they draw you back in, only to horribly betray your trust again.
Oh no.
Get yourself a ball platformer, and everyone out there, get yourself into Mystery Tournament 16. Get yourself into the mystery community because they put on so many great events. And speaking of cool events, if you are enjoying the Hotfix content today, enjoying the Mystery Tournament top 8, then make sure to tune back in Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern for the Community Spotlight. That's actually Railcoon's show, our wonderful tech right now, and they'll be showing Quest for Glory showcase. That sounds super awesome. Quest for Glory, of course, a classic RPG series. I'm going to tune in and watch that for sure. But we will be right back with grand finals. We're going to take a quick Twitch ad break first. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You really don't want to miss it. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the grand finals of Mystery Tournament 15 Top 8. We've played through all of the bracket, and we are at our final match here. And frankly, you couldn't have a bigger Cinderella story. We have Maurice, the defending Mystery Tournament champion, winner of Mystery Tournament 14, coming out of losers bracket to face Andy and 4H, the unchallenged, unquestioned king of Mystery Tournament, has not legitimately lost a Mystery Tournament in something like 4 years, here to regain his throne. This is going to be a knockdown, drag out fight to the finish. And you might notice that Andy already has 1 point on our scoreboard. That is because Andy is coming into these grand finals from the winner's bracket. We're not doing a bracket reset. We're just giving Andy a free game. So he only needs to win 2 matches, where Maurice needs to win 3 in this best 3 of 5. Now, I'm joined by some amazing community members to help me hype up this grand final. So we have Tetsuya. Tetsuya, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm pretty excited. Maurice just being able to defend his title against the Return of the King. I'm hyped. Any match in this top 8 could have been grand finals, but this is the grand finals I was envisioning.
We keep saying it, but it is true that this is really the grand finals that was destined to happen. Now, something I want to point out, as we've mentioned, Andy undeniably the favorite to win the tournament. I think every commentator we've had on has basically said, well, realistically, Andy's going to win, but here's who I'd like to win out of this top 8. But an important point to note is that Maurice is on a win streak right now. I believe 4 games in a row, just sweeping. So do you think that momentum is going to give him an edge against Andy in these grand finals? Or do you think Andy is just such a rock solid player that he's not going to budge?
It absolutely could give him the momentum he needs, because momentum is definitely a thing in Mystery Tournament. I mean, before we had the 2-day split, it was so hard for some competitors to fight out a loser's bracket, and they have to do like maybe 5 hours of matches while the guy in winners finals got to sit pretty and wait. I think that's somewhat changed now that we split it. I think it was a good change. And Maurice, out of anybody in this tournament, has what it takes to take the crown from Andy. It is anyone's game. I legitimately believe that.
We certainly do have 2 Mystery Tournament champions here, and I cannot wait to see which one of them reigns supreme. But before we do, we're also joined by my good friend and Mystery Tournament admin, Mythical9. Mythical, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I've been looking forward to the finals for months and months now, and we're down to it now. It is only grand finals left. Only one person is going to walk away the victor. I want to see not only who it is, but also what games they're going to be playing to get there.
I do too, for sure. Now, we started with 110 competitors. We are down to the final 2. But before we get down to the grand finals match, for anyone who might just be tuning in, could you tell us a little bit about Mystery Tournament? Maybe give people kind of the rundown and tell them about what they need to do to join the next one of these great events.
Yeah, so Mystery Tournament is a blind speedrunning tournament. You play a game for the first time, knowing only the basic information of how it plays provided to you by the tournament organizers. Usually they'll use a website called pastebin.com, and so you've probably heard the term pastebin being thrown around a whole lot, and they're just referring to this little document that has this basic information in it. And aside from that, you just try to go as fast as possible. What that actually looks like depends entirely on the game you're given. It could be almost any genre, so maybe it means you need to understand new mechanics to solve puzzles. Maybe it means you need to read the flow of a level to figure out where to go, or how best to combat enemies, or maybe just how the heck do I even stay alive and get through this? Or sometimes, in the most obscure cases, you need to figure out what to even do. And the core of blind speedrunning is rapidly processing new information and making tons of decisions on what to focus on. Both the big, conscious decisions, but also there's a lot of smaller subconscious decisions being made the whole time. And you got to figure out what to focus on and how best to approach the challenges a game provides. In a way, it's testing a player's raw ability to just play video games. And it's part of the reason why, despite so much randomness, we always see the same players rise to the top 8 event that we've been putting on today, and that's why it's no surprise that maybe 2 of the best that we have are here in grand finals. If you want to join Mystery Tournament, though, that's the other thing. Is you want to join the Discord? There's a link to that in the chat. That's where you get started. You'll need to, fish around for a couple games to submit, because the players submit the games that get played during the tournament. And you need to figure out IRC, which is an ancient chat program that still gets used for the purposes of Mystery Tournament. And you need to be able to live stream, preferably. You don't, maybe in some cases you could get away even without that, but it all starts by joining the Mystery Discord.
For sure, and it's worth mentioning that the Mystery Discord and the Mystery community puts on way more than just Mystery Tournament. There are all kinds of events that you can join. You want to tell them maybe about some of the recent things that we have done besides Mystery Tournament, Mythical and Tetsuya?
Well, let's see. Well, first and foremost,
that aren't jolly. That aren't jolly.
No, that was the one. All right.
Talk about it.
All right. We should talk about Jolly. We keep referencing it. We might as well explain it to the chat.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the first and only Mystery Funhouse event I've entered as a player. I don't know what that says about me, as I'll tell you about it. You'll form an opinion. There is a company called Games Too Jolly that develops Flash Escape the Room games. And they make one every day. They put out a new game. And they've been doing it for years. So there is an 1,800 game pool to pull from. They feature a lot of the same puzzles, a lot of the same assets, most of which are clearly stolen. And they slap together this ridiculous premise. The titles are completely off the wall. I think I can probably pull up it. Yeah. Rest House Car Rescue, Santa Billet Escape, Sea City Survival, Spaceship Monster Escape, The Ghost King Rescue. These are just some of the classics that you can play from Games Too Jolly. And it's been so fun. It's just been so fun. And weirdly enough, it's starting to get competitive now that we're late in the tournament. So I just needed to talk about it.
I believe directly after this, we're starting Reject Tournament. And if you've ever sat there wondering, wow, all these great games in Mystery Tournament, these are great races, I wonder if there's any game submitted that didn't make the cut. There are several. There are so many. There are so many that we're making a tournament based around playing the Reject games. So if that interests you in any way, head on down to the Mystery Discord. We have a lot in store for you.
There have been plenty of other events as well, ranging from month-long tournaments such as the Doomwad tournament, the Net Play tournament, which I believe still has not concluded and likely never will. The Wiki Race tournament, which was a tournament that was done over a single day, where we tried to get from one page on Wikipedia to another page on Wikipedia using only in-text links as fast as possible, with some great results. I think I lost the match I played in that tournament when I wound up on some strange German fish that nobody could pronounce. It was like 72 letters long and didn't link anywhere. There are all kinds of great things you can get into in the mystery community. And again, the best part is, win or lose, it really is all about just, meeting people who also enjoy playing these silly games, these weird, unknown, or lesser played games, and just, experiencing them, having fun with them. We've definitely had some people even who have played some games in Mystery Tournament and then picked them up and speedrun them. I'm trying to think of some good examples. I know personally, I believe I lost Mystery Tournament 2 to a grapple game called Green Grappler that I picked up for a couple of years after that and really grinded out for a bit.
We had TPC on earlier, Tea Party Cthulhu. I'm pretty sure learned to speedrun streamers from a Blind Racers event. Yeah, it happens quite often.
Yeah, Mystery Tournament is just a great way to experience games you would have otherwise never even heard of. You wouldn't have given them a second thought. But if we force you to play them for 30 minutes to an hour, hour and a half, you might decide that one of these games is going to be your new favorite. There are so many people who have taken games they've gotten in Mystery Tournament and they've turned them into fully developed runs.
Yeah, it's super cool. Just the variety of games you get to play. I will never forget losing Mystery Tournament 2 to Pilot Wings, and I will never forgive Pilot Wings for losing Mystery Tournament 2. Never forgive. But anyway, as we take some time to get set up, one of the things we are trying this event is we're setting up all of the games in a series instead of setting up one game at a time and having a bit of downtime between each game, which results in a kind of different dynamic I feel like we haven't touched on very much. Normally, there is that kind of cool off time between games as we get the tech ready, right? We have to have the racers test their next game, and like it or not, that's going to give them maybe 5 minutes to take a breath. This is, hey, we're going to take 15 minutes to get everything set up at the start. But once we get going, it's game until someone has won or lost. And I think that really exacerbates some of the mental pressure we were talking about earlier, where if you start losing, if the momentum turns against you, you don't have that moment to take a breath and kind of recenter yourself.
Yeah, I think we're in kind of an interesting spot, right? Because Maurice has, like you said, come off like a 4-game win streak, and that puts you in a really good place coming into grand finals. But we don't really. It's you feel kind of silly talking about like the physicality of these sort of events, right? But it's true. Not just like physical, like hand and wrist getting tired or sore, but also just definitely like mental focus fatigue can totally start to set in after you've been playing these for so long. And it's built up too from yesterday. There was a ton of games that got played yesterday. Maurice, in particular, coming from the losers bracket, has had to just play a ton of games. So that momentum, is it going to cancel out that sort of possible fatigue? I'm not sure.
Yeah, fatigue is definitely an issue. I mean, it is a thing that world chess champions, they lose weight over the course of a 2-day tournament because your brain, it demands a lot more of you during these events, even if it's not a physical event. It's crazy how much you can be tired out just by playing games at the top of your ability. And these two players, they're very good at what they do. They're very good at just intrinsically understanding what's put in. And I think the one day break has helped a lot. I think Maurice will be fine. It's been a fast day. It looks like we're starting right off.
Yeah, let's find out.
So this game is Mystery Tower. Can one of you tell us about this?
I'm looking at Sent right now.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was muted. I was trying to go ahead and introduce Mystery Tower. Yeah, speaking of intrinsically understanding the game, we have Mystery Tower. Now, some of the people in the audience, if you've ever played Catherine, you might know a visual similarity to it. It's basically the same idea. We are climbing the Mystery Tower. That's all you gotta do. It's just a nice little climb up the Mystery Tower. You can pull blocks out. You can hang from blocks. Just get to the top of the tower. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, as someone who's been shilling Catherine as hard as I possibly can since its release, this looks exactly like Catherine.
All right, so I mean, it's missing a little something when every time you pull a block, it doesn't go edge, but yeah. Other than that, and the murderous thing chasing you up the tower, it's bang on.
It looks like those lock blocks are stuck in place.
During testing, when I saw what this game was, and I thought, oh my god, somebody actually built a game that's basically Catherine for Mystery Tournament. Because this was actually made by our community, one of our community members, GFM. Yeah. So I was immediately like, yep, this needs to go in top. Done. I don't care what anybody else says.
Yeah. And we do get a lot of that in Mystery Tournament as well. We not only get freeware, we not only get licensed games that people might not have heard of, we get tailor-made experiences by the people who play in Mystery Tournament. It's crazy the level of talent that some of our competitors have, and
games you will only get to experience by joining and participating in Mystery Tournament. Now, Tetsuya, for the benefit of some of the people in our audience who maybe have never played or even seen Catherine, as our resident Catherine expert, would you kind of like to give us a rundown on the general strategy of climbing this kind of tower?
Absolutely. I've been training my whole life for this moment. Catherine is a game where you push and pull blocks to get to the top of the tower. It, in theory, sounds simple, but there are some blocks that change the rules, so to speak. In this circumstance, it looks like there are some lock blocks, and as you can see on Alpha's side, the
Andy's
not
side.
Alpha's side.
We'll change that in a moment.
That's Andy. As you can see on Andy's side, you can also push out some blocks, and if this follows Catherine physics, you should be able to block out sections of this tower to be pushed off completely, and you can bring down the goal to you as opposed to going up to meet it. I'm not sure how many different blocks have been included in this, but so far it looks pretty much exactly the same as Catherine, with you only needing one side of the block to meet another block for it to lock in place. You can go off the sides, you can push the blocks off the side, and so long as one edge hits, it'll stay there.
every now and then we see one of these yellow crystals. It's got the word checkpoint on it, so if you look closely enough to read that, you'll understand what it is. And it looks like Andy is going to be pushing both blocks at the same time in order to get past what I'm going to call floor 1, I suppose. Alright. Level 5 is connecting towers.
Yeah, and for example, you see on Andy's side, that block on the left, it's only touching by, like, the little sliver on the left edge of the block. That's sufficient. All it has to do is touch on one side.
So there's this basic sort of, like, stair building maneuver that the players can kind of iterate on to repeat as they climb, and it looks like Andy's like really figured that out, and it'll be interesting to see how the game starts to complicate that, to, you know, so that you're not just doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah, and I guess this, like, the other tailor-made thing we had in Enigma, you have the level names giving small hints as to how to progress, like level 5, connecting towers, you want to go around and connect these 2 towers and walk across them. I guess level 4, pushing all the way, the idea was that you can push away sections of the tower. It doesn't look like either competitor really did that much. But that's okay, there are still solvable solutions for this.
Alright, Andy's crossed over to the other side of the tower, has a couple blocks here, and has just shunted one off into the void. I'm not sure if that was the result that Andy was expecting, but you can, you know, sort of ferry these back over to the right side, and I think that's going to be just about enough for a clear.
Yeah, the name of the game with Catherine, and I guess by extension this game, is just a massive ability to improvise. Because you never know what's going to be around the corner. I'm not sure how locked in place this tower configuration is, but there's a mode in Catherine where it gives you semi-random sections of tower to climb, and you really have to just be able to think on your toes. Like, right now, you have all these lock blocks, and there's no way to progress, but you can push out a section of the tower and make a climbable section of wall.
Can we talk about, I think Maurice didn't do level 5. I did miss exactly what happened.
Wait a minute, what?
But it was a level behind and now is not. So they'll have to look into what happened there. But maybe he found a skip. Sometimes that happens, and sometimes it's a big advantage, or sometimes it's a glitch, and something might need to be done about it. So we'll just continue to call the race as it is for now, and just kind of note that it happened. Andy is locked in with all of these blocks, but yeah, it's starting to make some of them fall down now, and the fact that gravity can start to affect these blocks has really expanded the possibility space that you kind of need to start thinking about in this game.
Another thing you can do in Catherine that I'm sure you can do in this, as I just saw Andy kind of shimmy over, you can drop down, yeah, and do what Andy's doing now, and just go to the other side. You don't have to climb that left side, you can just shimmy over to the right.
It's really nice once you hit one of those checkpoints, because you know, like, nothing I did before is going to influence whatever I have to do now, right? The things in front of me are the only things I have and will need to solve this puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier with Handy and Dandy, but it is nice when you are solving a puzzle to know that, hey, there is like a definitive point that the creator wants me to notice first. And with those checkpoints, you can say, well, nothing below this point can matter because they're not going to expect me to go down and fix the tower. So my only option is, well, I have to push out some of these blocks so I can collapse part of the tower and make a staircase.
Oh, Andy spots, I don't need to do anything about pushing these blocks. I just need to drop down and shimmy around.
Minding the name of the level. Also, yeah, as an update, it seems like Maurice's game froze while loading level 5 and just skipped it.
Interesting.
You know, an interesting bug. We certainly run into them, but that's what you get sometimes when you have games that people haven't heard of, or in some cases people have made specifically for the event. We will figure out what to do about that on the administrative end if it comes down to deciding the race. But for now, we told the racers to just continue on as normal.
Andy was trying to continue before he went underneath a falling block and found out that does not go well.
Yeah, that is generally not the solution, crushing your character.
So there was basically a 50-50 choice there. Andy could pull out the right block or the left block, and he's chosen the right block, and it's looking like it was the right block.
Do not drop.
Do not do it.
Fragile towers.
Even with that stage skip, Maurice actually saying in the race channel that he just does not understand how the block dropping rules work. Still hasn't quite figured out that he doesn't need to drop these blocks. He can just shimmy around. Meanwhile, Andy running into the first instance of the fragile block. The fragile block will break. It's those wooden crates. It will break if you step on it twice. So you only get to stand on it once.
Correct, and that really changes your options. Like right now, he's needing to pull out some safety blocks for when he makes it to that second tier. You could do what he's doing and shift over to that second tower, but you have to be careful to not completely block off your exit.
Looks like that was nicely well done there by Andy, getting through those broken blocks and just going to staircase up to the goal.
Yeah, he seems to understand this pretty well, and he's getting all of the game's mechanics down pat pretty quickly. I gotta wonder if he's ever played Catherine.
We did ask the racers before the race, just for fun, if they had ever played Catherine. Andy said that he had played some versus mode against his brother, who is a big Catherine player, and is currently watching the stream and laughing at him.
Sounds about right. There is a somewhat small, very dedicated community of competitive Catherine players. Oh, that was interesting when Andy just did.
Yeah, that was a strange interaction. Those blocks, by the way, with the T on them are heavy. They just take longer to fall or push.
Yeah, they take longer to fall, but he fell straight down, and he managed to catch himself on an adjacent block. That's probably not what was intended, but it worked out pretty well for him. But yeah, there is a Catherine multiplayer mode in original and the re-release Catherine, and there's a pretty outspoken and active competitive Catherine scene that play that together.
Shoutouts to Dacid Bro.
Yeah.
So Maurice has got a handle on the ledges now. Got a little bit tripped up because was trying to just grab a ledge that was like flush in a wall, and you kind of need to like fall off first in order to kind of trigger the ledge grab. And Maurice has figured that out now, so it's done with 6, moving on to 7. But Andy's almost done with 9 right now after this sort of chain reaction of stair pulling, so is fully 3 levels behind.
Yeah, Andy seems like he's understanding everything this game is throwing at him pretty quickly.
Like a block pulled out and sliding into place. It's just clicked with him.
It's true.
Okay, has collapsed the left tower, and I think can pull that right one out and then over to the right. Just transfer
push
over.
it right over. He's taking the hard way.
He's gonna try to collapse the tower and see what happens. Just doesn't seem to be making any wrong decisions, you know? Like, so sometimes you're exploring the space and you try things and things don't work, but you learn more and then eventually you get there. But Andy just seems to just skip the first few steps and then just get there.
Yeah.
It's calculated. It's not by accident by any means. Every move that Andy has made has definitely been with knowledge of what's going to happen. We can see it. He's hesitating here with these breaking blocks because he knows he only gets one chance to move across them. But then when he does moves across them perfectly and gets to the next checkpoint without any trouble.
Very few blocks to work with and has to not get crushed, so reacts to that pretty nicely.
Go fast.
about to lose a block underneath him, but he has sort of created part of a staircase.
Yeah. When in doubt, stairs is a pretty solid piece of advice for Catherine-like games.
So the thing Maurice maybe was wondering about why blocks aren't dropping when he thinks they should is, and something that maybe becomes more apparent when you actually play Catherine, this is the game this is based on, is there a voice that goes edge every time a block lines up with an edge on another block, and I think that's what supports blocks really, so you need it to be completely unsupported by all of its edges before it will fall.
Andy beginning to truly understand the power of just deleting sections of the tower. He hasn't gotten to one of these points yet, but he probably will if Catherine level design is followed like it has been so far, in that you won't have enough space in some circumstances to pull out blocks one after another and make a giant staircase as he's been doing. But what you can do is, if you have a panel of 3 or 4 blocks next to each other, just completely vertically going upwards, you can pull out a stair, jump on the bottom tier block, make yourself a new platform, stand on that, and just go up that way. But Andy is not really needed to do that yet. Any circumstance where he hasn't had enough room, he's basically just been trying to delete sections of tower, and that's been working out just fine.
Yeah, I've been trying to see what his game plan is, and it seems like he's mostly just making a mess of the tower, but he is always giving himself an escape, and he is always kind of like lowering the tower, so I guess if you were to just destroy everything, eventually the goal would come down to you.
It's true. Yeah, like in this circumstance...
Oh no.
His strategy of just making the one-step staircase all the way up is not going to work, because all these are lock blocks, and he can no longer rely on that.
Yeah, he has got to lower. He's going to lower the left side. So I thought that he was in an impossible situation, but then he kicked out some blocks underneath the left side and has brought it down and created this kind of inequality. And now maybe it is possible. Meanwhile, Maurice...
Yeah, you can drive that box over there.
Oh yeah, there he goes. Maurice has been making up some ground. Was 3 levels back, but now is only 2 levels back, and is pretty far along level 9 as well.
Also going with the tried and true strategy of just pull one block out and climb it, make a staircase.
Maurice is staring at a row of lock blocks exactly like what Andy had, so we'll see if Maurice can figure out that you need to kind of knock down at least half of this tower. It's beginning the deconstruction process. Oh, but I think there might be a locked sort of structure behind it. This is tricky. We saw Andy was able to play out of this exact situation, which probably saved a lot of time compared to having to restart from a checkpoint. And now Maurice has to make that decision, right? You're going to lose a lot of time trying to fix this if it's impossible.
Yeah, I think Maurice just has to take the reset, and he indeed does.
Walking across a block as it's falling. Nicely done.
You don't need it there forever.
And you got to look at the left side of this tower and didn't really see a good way to progress, so it has transferred over to the right side of it for now and actually completely reset immediately.
He gave up. No need to waste time. It's looking sketchy, just bring it back to how it was.
Yeah, did not see an easy way out of that situation. Decided it was better to just go ahead and reset the tower.
And I admit, maybe if I had a little bit more time, I could study to see why, but it was definitely not clear to me what Andy saw that would warrant that. I think both players are kind of operating on a level that I would not be able to right now.
Oh, this here in the center section is exactly what I was talking about, where the pulling out one block and trying to make a staircase, he just doesn't have room for that. So what he's going to want to do is pull out 2 blocks. Well, not like that. Jump on the bottom one, use that as a sort of platform to get to the second level, and push over a block to make sure he has a place to stand. You can do that with any 3-block vertical sections, but it's not immediately apparent if you don't know what you're doing, so he's probably going to have to do some experimenting. Like right here, if that middle block wasn't there, he could climb right up and make himself a new staircase.
That's so interesting. It's like there's a classic block pushing puzzle where there's 3 blocks in a row and you need to get to the other side. So you push the ones on the ends in, and then you have room to push the middle one to the side, right? And it's a classic thing to anyone who's ever played these kinds of games, and it feels like this is like a different version of that, basically, that you kind of is like a basic sort of fundamental block pushing thing that they're gonna have to like discover live in the middle of this race.
Yeah, it kind of is.
If I'm not mistaken, Tet, you can do that ad infinitum, right? Like, it doesn't matter how long the tower is, as long as you got that 3-block column?
Yep, you can use that to ascend, but it's not immediately apparent if all you've been doing is doing the staircase thing like Andy's doing. Like most people do when they play Catherine. I don't really say it as Andy's doing this, he shouldn't be doing it. That's what the game reinforces up until that point. This is one of the first points where you have to kind of think outside the box, so to speak, and change your block pushing.
Well, Maurice slips on level 9. I thought was really starting to get the hang of things, but has been on this one section of level 9 for a long time now.
I mean, conversely, Andy has also been on this one section of level 11 for a while. Still, as mentioned, not quite discovering that 2-block technique that Zee was talking about.
Can I talk about the advantage of testing a game that a member of the community has developed? With this game, because this is made by GFM, a member of our community, we actually did have a few problems early on in testing where it was very easy to accidentally hit down and fall as a result of just trying to move around stuff and the way that everything shifts when you're moving around ledges. So we actually did end up having the developer add it to where there's a dedicated fall button in the game. So one really big benefit as a tester to having these player-made levels, like in Enigma, we actually were able to feedback some of the levels and have them do that, is that we were able to much more tailor this to the experience that we need for top to make this a much more cohesive game for this event. So I just want to give a big shout out to anybody who developed something for this community and we're able to give them that feedback and they're able to update their game as necessary to make it work.
Of course.
That's just a tester aside.
As mentioned, huge shoutouts to GFM for making this game and submitting it to Mystery Tournament. You definitely don't have to make a game to join Mystery Tournament, but it's pretty cool when people do.
No, that is definitely the extra effort. Oh no!
Maurice just finally figured out the part of level 9 they were stuck on. Admittedly was going about the ending in kind of a strange way by just destroying the entire tower rather than climbing it. And then I think it was probably an accidental input, climbed up underneath the falling blocks. So we saw the frustration wiggle afterwards. Maurice is always all too keen to let everyone know how he's doing, just sort of communicating with his mouse.
Maurice is so expressive in his little his mouse movements. It's really fun. But yeah, going back to like the sliding block puzzle thing, part of the skill that comes in solving puzzle games in a mystery setting or indeed any blind setting comes back to the fact that, you know, every puzzle is just a permutation on the same concept. It's what you can do, what you can't do. So some puzzles are gonna look similar to puzzles you've seen before, and that goes back to Andy saying, you know, the key to being a good blind competitor is to just play a bunch of games, be familiar with the kinds of things that come up in these games, because, you know, they're always gonna be reminiscent of each other in some way.
That said, I feel like this sort of Catherine-style game is like, it's kind of unlike basically anything else I've ever seen. Like, it's quite unwieldy.
Yeah, for a video game, it's pretty unique. It's again, like you said, it's more in line with sliding block puzzles. It's more conventional puzzling. Now, I have no idea how he just did that with the staircase at the bottom, but he just ignored the making of a new platform thing that this level was trying to teach, and he's like, no, staircase. Always staircase.
I swear, like, a block just didn't exist.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know how Andy did it, but Andy did it.
Going back to the forklift game where it just gets easier if you fail a bunch or something.
Yeah. I have learned nothing, and I'm not about to learn anything. I'm going to make this game do what I want it to do.
I've gotten this far with staircases. We're getting to the top with staircases.
Oh, look at this big path over to the left that tantalizing you takes you right next to the goal, but there's no way up to it.
So you're right there, and this is the game saying, no, you're gonna learn this certain thing.
Oh, I see. The exit will never come down, so you can't just destroy this tower. Okay.
And Andy neglects the lesson and is trying to teach him to go back to his tried and true staircase strategy.
Just making more staircases, but it's working. It is working for him as he moves on to level 13.
That was definitely me and everyone else I knew going through the first Catherine game the first time.
Maurice just finished 10, so he's on to 11 now. This is the level that walled Andy for a long time. I could see Maurice like having gained some kind of understanding or something that might help him like not struggle so hard with that level.
So before he pulled that block out, he was doing exactly... Well, yeah, he's still kind of doing it. He's doing exactly what you would need to do to get up that vertical section. So I think Maurice is going to deal with that section a bit better than Andy, and as such, he might be able to make up some time.
Andy is facing a lot of locked blocks. Not sure what the approach is.
I know exactly what the approach is. It's staircase. Make a one-tier staircase. Look what he's doing. He's just pushing it over, sticking with what he knows. It's working every time.
It seems like as long as he finds more blocks, he'll just be able to do what he wants.
Once you zero in on something, that's gonna work for you. Essentially what he's doing is the game is not giving him enough space to make a normal staircase, so he's making more floor at the bottom so he can make his own staircase. If it's not working, he's just gonna push out the level until it does work for him. And sometimes that doesn't work in Catherine, like we saw in the last level, the exit wasn't about to come down, no matter how much he was gonna push the level out.
Maurice is pretty deep into 11. It's caused a lot of falling on both sides. I'm not sure what the state of the tower is up top at this point.
Yeah, he can go over the left side, like he's doing now, and possibly salvage this, but...
I was gonna say he might be able to go around the back. You know, the camera's always oriented towards the front, but there is stuff back there. You could go back there, and it could be a really, quick answer to a lot of problems, I think. This is completely disconnected from the right side. We'll see if Maurice can do anything about this. Oh, yeah, he is going to be able to do something, it looks
careful.
Like. Andy is on to 14, Fragile Island.
Yeah, this looks like a level where Andy's going to have to bridge some gaps, and I don't think the staircase method is going to be terribly helpful here.
Yeah, that's the thing. The last couple levels were trying to teach Andy, okay, here's how you ascend a vertical surface where you don't really have enough space to make staircases, and he responded to that challenge by saying, no, I make staircases. And it worked for him, but in these circumstances where, that's not such an easy solve, you have to employ those skills that you learned in the last stage. If you haven't learned those skills, it's going to be kind of difficult, so this might be the time for Maurice to catch up.
Yeah, Maurice is only 3 levels behind, but is notably on a level that walled Andy for a solid 10-15 minutes.
Right, and Maurice has been employing those skills in ascending surfaces where there's not enough room to make a staircase. He's seeming like he's having some problems here, but I think that section is where he's gonna start screaming ahead.
If I had to pick who the number 1 and 2 best Mystery Tournament players are right now, I would probably land on these two, which means they're good at everything, but they do have certain strengths and weaknesses, and I would say puzzles definitely favors Maurice over Andy. So maybe there will be some kind of like, Andy's gonna run out of opportunities to succeed with his like sort of brute force, more simple staircase approach. And once the game starts really demanding that sort of cleverness, we might see Maurice, figure that out.
Right, I'm inclined to agree, and that's not to say that Andy is bad at puzzle games. Quite the opposite. In fact, Andy is incredible at every game. But Maurice might just have the leg up in this circumstance. Oh, Andy finally making a staircase across and getting to the goal.
Maurice.
Now this one's interesting because you have a complete roof over your head that you can't staircase out of.
And it looks like it's kind of supported quite a bit on it with like a backing wall, so
right.
There's a lot to kind of remove in order to shift around the blocks on top of you.
Yeah, so the idea is to make a little platform and shimmy yourself around so you can start climbing from the outside in.
Okay, but what about a staircase?
That would also work, apparently, in every circumstance.
Are Catherine players learning something about the ubiquitous power of staircases right now? Have we created the meta?
Oh,
The staircase. If staircase doesn't work, remove the level. If that doesn't work, just try again.
Bigger
Keep
staircase.
going. Bigger staircase. I make staircase, says Andy. Mystery
Okay,
tournament
here's this moment for Maurice, and absolutely
Yeah,
no
look
trouble.
him go.
Yeah,
because
try. No problems.
Yeah, not a problem, because he learned that skill. He has that in his knowledge bank, and knowledge is power in this case. He's going to get to those little sections of the puzzle that walled Andy, and he's going to be able to blow right past him.
Andy has made a complete mess of the left side, and it's like, well, there's this other side. Why don't I just try this one?
There's this other side I can completely destroy. I'm not yet done.
Look, we could, maybe make a block and shimmy around the outside, or I could just break the roof.
Make staircase out of the trash remains of this tower.
I would love to see like the initial layout of the tower in its pristine construction, and then like get a shot of the final result after these two are done. Andy's dropping behind something he couldn't even see.
Yeah, you can't even see. He's destroyed so much.
He could pull that front block in. Yeah, that's what he's going to do,
Yeah,
and that's going to
look
let
at
him
him
climb
go.
up. But now he has to do it again, and I'm sure he has no idea what he did.
And it's still working. He's still in the lead.
I'm sorry, Mythical. Are you telling me this is an incredibly calculated gameplay?
So I'm being a little mean when I say like he's just trying stuff and it's working, right? There's a sort of, he's operating on this sort of like subconscious level, right? Some part of his brain is telling him these moves are good and these moves are bad. And even if he can't articulate what exactly is happening there, his brain is working on this puzzle and it's giving him answers.
Yeah, and even though he's not solving it in like the fastest way, you have to remember this is a blind race. He's doing what works, and it's working. He's in the lead. So obviously this isn't something that in his mind he has to change. It's just a different solution.
Now, does he still have a path he can just like climb up on the right side, or was that a one-way trip? It looks
No,
like it was.
I think that was definitely
No, he had
something
walled himself off.
Yeah.
Goals ago.
So ideally, there's like a you know how to progress to the top level, right, or the second level, and then you just do it again, right? But Andy didn't figure out sort of the trick here, and so the second iteration of it proved to be a problem, and now he's back at square one.
Maurice, he's having a hard time recognizing he has to just go to the other side, push that block over, because he's done the hard part. He's made his staircase up the right side that walled Andy so hard, but I don't think he's even tried going over to the left side.
Yeah, it's interesting. There was almost like there was like a left-right choice here, and Andy kind of just chose left, always left, and it was correct, and Maurice didn't, and it's just not clicking. I guess it could work the other. No, I don't think it does work the other way.
For those interested in this game, by the way, we do have. This is the top 8 truncated version where we had some stuff cut down for time. GFM, the creator, will be uploading the full version at some point. Sorry, I interrupted a bad spot.
No, it's good to know that if you want to play this game, GFM will be uploading it very graciously so that everyone can enjoy their first mystery blind playthrough of it. It's looking good, and yeah, Maurice just somehow salvaged that. I don't really understand how that worked, but it worked. So
yeah, he pushed the block out. I mean, that'll work. If you can't get to the goal, bring the goal to you.
Absolutely. Andy has. I think this used to be the second floor of this building.
Did used to be the second floor.
It looks like there's a third floor as well. So hopefully Andy figures out what he's doing to get up these floors.
Not for long, there will be a third floor. That's on borrowed time.
Right,
but yeah,
something back there.
This is an absolutely great submission and a very clever way to get Catherine into the pool, since it's not something we otherwise would be able to have. This is incredible. I love it. I will be playing it when he releases.
That was a pretty incredible staircase Andy managed to make by sort of backtracking out and backwards to build the base of it, but it ran out of staircase, unfortunately. Is he going to be able to save it?
Well, I thought no before, and then he just says, "Watch me," and he manages to pull out a staircase where I thought there would be none.
I still think no, but
yeah.
I wrong before.
He drops a couple of blocks. I can no longer parse what the level looks like anymore.
How did he do that? How did he do that?
Is there a block there? What is supporting that? Alright, sure.
This boy is incredible. He just makes his own rules and the game plays by them.
And now once again the game is sort of asking you to climb this 3-wide thing up to the top.
Yeah. And Andy, blazing his own trail once again, refuses to learn this pattern. The game will learn his pattern.
Even if Andy gets through this, though, this is a lot slower than just doing what Maurice did up the middle, and you know when he gets here, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
But he's got to get there first. He's on 13, has managed to make most of a staircase here. Is it high enough to progress? Well, there's some stuff going on behind the level he's trying to see. What's going on back there?
Sometimes that is something you have to do. You have to shimmy around behind and maybe pick up on a block on the far right side by going all the way around the level.
He's in a bit of a sticky situation now, I think. He's going to try to move where the staircase is kind of ending up, I suppose. Meanwhile, Andy is just in an Escher space right now.
Yeah, this 6-dimensional dreamscape that Andy has created.
This is his domain.
A 3D maze? Like, this doesn't even look like Catherine anymore.
He's made this with his own power, and he has that power here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
This looks like what happens when procedurally generated levels go wrong.
Yeah.
He's climbing around behind the level. You might be trapped.
He has created a bad Minecraft seed, and somehow he's gonna find his way out of it.
It doesn't look like it, actually. Gotta go ahead and reset the level. That is
Yeah.
a lot of time lost to not figuring out this 2x2 pattern.
Oh, you shouldn't ever be afraid to just start over fresh in those circumstances, especially in that one. You know, it's like a jumbled ball of wire. Sure, you can untangle it, but wouldn't it be better to just throw it out and get a new ball of wire?
Okay.
As a
Oh, that's
Catherine player.
look at that solution. That looks repeatable.
Yeah.
That actually looks like a solution Andy could use to climb this tower from the outside.
Meanwhile, Maurice has kind of... I think he's lost too many blocks at this... No, that's not true. You can access some blocks on the left side.
Yeah. If he pushes those to the left and he grabs that block. Yeah, this is still solvable. I know there'll be like 1 or 2 competitive Catherine players in the chat right now just like frothing at the bit. Because the people who are good at Catherine, I'm not one of them, but there are some people who are just phenomenal at Catherine, like top of my head, my boy Gulo2 and a couple others that just like they can do the 2 characters at the same time in Babel, which is like the randomly generated version of Catherine. It's nuts. It's crazy. If you've never seen it, go ahead and do yourself a favor. It's been featured at some of the past GDQs. And
So we just ticked over the 40-minute mark on this race. I gotta wonder how the players are feeling right now, right? They must be, A, expecting their opponent to finish at any moment. B, top 8 games, like it's pretty rare that they're this long. Like it's not unheard of for games to go to 40 minutes or an hour even. But I think considering how much they've been struggling on some of these levels, I'm sure they're not in a great mental space right now.
Right.
Maurice is just pulling this staircase all the way along.
Well, it's working. Just move over, get on that block, and yeah, you make yourself a staircase. Look at him go.
Okay.
He's definitely catching up. Andy is being mega walled by this level, and it's giving Maurice ample time to use his knowledge that he has over Andy of some of these block puzzles.
We saw Andy get to that point where there was that 3-wide thing going up to the top. I mean, probably to the checkpoint, maybe even, I don't know. But like, if Maurice got to that point, he would be up, right? And Andy instead got caught and had to reset and is redoing this whole thing over again. So the potential for Maurice to close this gap is very real.
Yeah, he's only 1 level behind now. And he has that all-important knowledge of how to ascend vertically on that 3-block wide section of wall that is tripping Andy up.
Right now.
Yeah.
Is choosing to sort of take out some of these blocks on the left side. And this is what led to Andy's downfall the last time he got this high up.
Right, all you gotta do is, oh no, just shimmy over.
Uh-oh. It's
So
getting
this
bad.
this is a common thing in puzzle games. It's not like, we as the commentators, we're not playing right now. We don't have our tournament lives on the line. It's easy to, well, especially me who has played Catherine extensively, and maybe some people in chat who have also played Catherine extensively, but it's not immediately obvious, to someone playing the first time. It's a blind playthrough, and like all puzzle games that have ever stumped anyone, you look at it later and you go, oh, it's so simple, the solution's right there. It's no different with this. I'm sure Andy's gonna look at these puzzles or look at a VOD later and immediately see it.
I'm not even in that boat with you, where I'm like with my eyebrow up and like my wine glass, like, whoa, I know the solution. Like, no, I don't. I don't actually know how to get up here. I would be more lost than these players, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, it's easy to say with like experience with this exact kind of game, but if you're playing through it blind, holy cow, it's really hard.
Okay, so Andy's repeated that sort of outward staircase thing that he did last time. And I feel like having done it at least twice now, maybe he's got a better idea of how to repeat it. Oh, this is the last level that Andy is on, by the way.
Oh, is it really? Oh, man.
It is. I believe actually the original. I want to say the original version of the game had 20 levels, and the testers cut 5 levels out for time and difficulty.
Yeah.
So if that is true, then the full version of the game that GFM I'm sure will release will go even further.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that big time. So does Andy know that this is the last level, or is he just operating on beat the game, it'll happen when it happens pretenses?
The pastebin does not say what the last level is, it just says that there will be a game over screen at the end. So Andy has no idea that level 15 is in fact the end.
Right, okay. Well, that's probably good, because that might be somewhat tilting, just being so stuck on the very last section, as Andy gets again to the dreaded 3-tile block of space that he can't staircase up.
It's got me thinking about that classic, like you plant your hands and feet on both sides to brace yourself, and
right,
kind of like shimmy walk up there. Like this, it just really feels like there should be something.
Wow, he's doing it in reverse.
Okay,
he's pushing. This might work.
I'm sorry. You said he couldn't make a staircase up?
This is solvable. No, he can do it. He just needs to push stuff out to make himself some room.
Oh, he's looking around.
This kid's nuts. I don't understand how.
Okay, he is gonna go with the left here. He didn't want to push this to the left because he knew it was gonna. Okay, this is gonna cascade all the way down.
Yeah, no, I think he's ruined it.
Yeah, that was not the solution. Wait,
no, wait,
no.
wait! Oh my God!
He's done it. Incredible. Andy and 4H has taken game 1 along with the first game he wins just sort of for free coming in from the winner side, is now up 2-0 in grand finals.
I am flabbergasted that he just like brute forced that entire puzzle to his strategy.
Oh, and Maurice with the clear on 14 now.
Yeah, Maurice really just putting in a good showing in this game and this whole tournament, but holy moly, just Andy being able to like force the puzzle to do what he wants instead of the other way around.
We are all flabbergasted. Andy's first quote is, "I think my brother's mad at me." Yeah, no, there were definitely strategy and tactics, but at the end of the day, this is a blind race. Whatever works, whatever gets you the win, roll with it. And in Andy's case, that was somehow making staircases out of nothing.
Yeah, you know what? He won. No one can say he's wrong. No one can say that was the incorrect solution. It was a solution, and it got him there. Kudos to him. That was incredible to watch. What an incredible submission.
Incredibly well done. Again, huge shoutouts to GFM for submitting that. And with that puts Andy up 2-0 against Maurice, which means that is tournament point. If Andy wins this next game, the tournament is over, and he is once again the champion of Mystery Tournament.
And it's been a really fast top 8 in general, and there's been some clean sweeps, and Maurice has got his work cut out for him, but I think he's still got a chance. He really was doing work in that last game. He's no slouch.
And it's certainly not over yet. Maurice, like we said, had a lot of momentum coming into this grand finals. Is an amazing top player. I don't think there's a person here who would say that he's not in the top 3, if not in the top 2 of the 110 people that entered this mystery tournament. We are so close to a finale here. Andy is on tournament point in grand finals, up 2-0 against Maurice, but the tournament is not over. Maurice is going to fight for his tournament life. But we are going to take a short break. This next game that we are going to feature is apparently a little bit more complicated to set up, but I've heard it is going to be incredibly worth it. So everyone, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick Twitch ad, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and we are back at the grand finals of Mystery Tournament 15. Andy versus Maurice. Andy is up 2 points. Andy is up on tournament point right now. Maurice looking to come back, had an amazing run through the losers bracket so far, entered top 8 in the losers bracket after getting knocked out of winners by someone 325 who he ran it back against and eliminated yesterday. Now his arch rival Andy is here to reclaim the crown. Can Maurice, the defending champion of Mystery Tournament, hold it? We will find out. But just as a quick note, if you are watching this Grand Finals of Mystery Tournament on YouTube after the fact, checking out the VOD, keep in mind that the Games Done Quick hotfix happens pretty much year round. And you can head over to twitch.tv/Games Done Quick to check out all of the great content that they put on. Content like the Community Spotlight happening this Monday at 7 p.m. It's going to be a Quest for Glory showcase, basically just a single marathon of all the games played back to back to back. It sounds super fun. I'm going to watch it. I love Quest for Glory. Great old RPG series. Very formative for me. But anyway, next up, we have a fun game. Since this is tournament point, we're going to give the racers something that could be the last hurrah. And I'd love to introduce the game for you, but I can't, because this is the one game in the tournament pool I was explicitly told not to look at. However, Mythical 9, who's here with us on commentary, happened to be involved in the development of this game. And Mythical, I'm sure you have plenty to tell us about it.
Yeah, our next game, it's got a bit of setup time. Includes a tutorial that the players are playing through right now. So it's perfect, because it gives me a chance to talk about Realms of the Blind. This is a set of levels for Doom, classic 90s Doom, or more specifically Doom 2, that I made with Crankdud. He's a great blind racer and also a fantastic Doom speedrunner. We started working on it back in April, which in the year 2020, I think we all know to be a time in which suddenly some of us found ourselves with a lot of time indoors and maybe looking for a way to channel whatever was pent up inside us. The Doomwad tournament our community put on was just wrapping up, with me as a tester and Crankdud as a grand finalist, so Doom was on both of our minds. And we both have experience making levels, or mapping as they call it in the community. So I approached him about this project and he was on board immediately. And I suspect part of his motivation lied in the fact that he had sort of infamously submitted a well-known Doom WAD, a collection of levels called Scythe, to Mystery Tournament on like a pretty easy difficulty, and it still got rejected for being too hard, some definition of too hard, making the phrase "testers can't doom" a thing for a few Mystery Tournaments. And so maybe for him it was well, I guess I'll have to do it myself sort of thing. And if you watched yesterday's loser semifinal match, you saw Snowdozer's level pack for Enigma, which was also born out of a sort of spite for tournament organizer Blasphemous Roar. So it's apparently a powerful motivator for game development in our community. But half jokes aside, the tradition of showcasing community-developed games continues right here, right now. In Grand Finals, it's an honor and a privilege to have been a part of it. It turns out that both our grand finalists have experience with Doom games. They both, Maurice competed and did quite well in the Doom WAD tournament, and Andy is actually part of the group that Crankdud and I played Doom with on the sort of semi-regular, so they'll probably be able to do quite well. If you're familiar with Doom, then you'll see that this should play pretty close to the original game. It's got the same same guns, same enemies. What's different is, along with custom design levels, we gave it a fresh coat of paint with a popular texture pack out there that's called OTEX, and we replaced the music with some custom MIDI tracks composed by Jorf, another great blind speedrunner of yore, been to top 8 a couple times, many Mystery Tournaments ago, and a talented chiptune artist, as you'll soon hear for yourself. Based on testing, I think we're going to be in for maybe a longer goal than is typical, maybe about 40 minutes if I were to factor in the incredible skill of our two players, so I can't wait to see what they come up with.
I am very excited. I can't hear the MIDI because I'm screen sharing, but I'll definitely go and give it a listen after the fact. That's a lot of big names who have worked on this.
that is a lot of big mystery names for sure, and I am this was Doom tournament after all. I thought I avoided Doom
Yeah.
tournament. You can't escape Doom tournament. Apparently, it will find you. I'm frankly blown away. I had absolutely no idea. I snuck a peek at the paste bin. That is a really hard sentence to say. And I noticed the download, mystery.wad and immediately went, wait, what?
Yeah, again, last night when we were trying to sort out some of the final games and looking over something, I immediately was like, oh, wait, I got to do something since on Final Commentary and message him. Have you tested Realms of the Blind? No. Do not! You are forbidden from doing so. So all of Sense reactions will be not scripted, folks, for once in his life.
I am really looking forward to getting to experience this. I got some predictions. Mythical, don't tell me if I'm right, but I want to make some Doom predictions for what we're going to see in Realms of the Blind.
Okay, hit me.
We are going to see lawn mowing in Doom.
Okay.
We're going to see a gun that shoots Arkanoid balls.
Okay.
We are going to see a Doom level that is just a ball adventure level reskinned in Doom.
Okay.
Let's see. What else are we going to see? We are going to see some reference to Andy, like with a crown or something, as like the King of Mystery.
Okay.
The cyber demon is the mystery ghost.
We're definitely going to see the monkey. You know exactly which monkey I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Man, you guys should have been on our development team. That would have been. I love these ideas. These are great.
You're throwing me off the trail. I can tell. We're gonna see all of those. I'm excited.
You're gonna get absolutely no confirmation or denial from me on anything until we get going.
So what I'm hearing is Realms of the Blind too.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct.
We'll table those ideas for a potential sequel, I guess. What I guess so. This is still a Doom WAD. So you're still going to be playing Doom. So we can talk about Doom. It's people have been making levels for Doom basically since like Doom kind of came out. Like it was pretty quickly afterwards that people realized that they could make stuff for themselves. And so there's been a pretty active community of people making stuff for Doom for over 20 years now. There are tools now that make things a lot easier than it was back then, certainly. And things like, swapping in custom textures, and you can do all kinds of stuff if you really want to. But this is... It's not only was it such a great pleasure to make something for Mystery Tournament, but it was also like cool to make something for the Doom community as well, because there are some really highly respected community made content, stuff that people actually do speedruns of, like competitive speedruns of, well thought of, and I don't know if this one will get there in terms of that, but it's been a real joy to have made this thing and put this out here now.
I hope so. And Mythical, I don't want to wait any longer to start this tournament point match of grand finals. And you know what? I don't have to, because our runners are ready. Let's go. Game 2 of grand finals here. Andy up 2-0. This is tournament point. If he takes this, he is the mystery tournament 15 champion. We have Realms of the Blind. The goal is reach the credits. And I am just so excited to see what's going to happen next. Okay,
right.
so it's a pretty standard Doom WAD. Yeah,
it's a Doom WAD.
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint you, but they're going to be starting out with a pistol and shooting enemies and then finding the shotgun. This is the thing you really want to do at the start of any Doom WAD. The pistol is kind of bad. And the shotgun will one-shot basically any of these standard enemies at the start. So it's super important to pick it up and then kind of manage your ammo for it. We can see Andy just ran out of ammo, actually. So he's the first one to... he's the second one to pick up the yellow key. Maurice just a little bit ahead through the yellow key door on map 1. The map is not too big. That was one thing. People get lost when they play Doom sometimes, and we didn't want that to be part of this race. So the map sizes are pretty small, and looks like there's a barrier Andy's trying to figure out there. Has found the switch to open it. Meanwhile, Maurice is already out into the courtyard to get the red key, and has identified the shotgunner on the ledge as a problem. That is a high-profile target. They do a lot of damage at close range, and that's the end of the first level.
Wow. You can tell both competitors have experience with Doom. They are going crazy fast.
Yeah, their movement is far too clean to have never played Doom before. Just as a quick question, as someone maybe not as familiar with Doom, does Doom 2 natively have a Y-axis?
No, this is in the original game. It does not. You still will auto aim up and down infinitely in this game, in the way we've got it set up. But you can mouse look up and down in our version. And this is something that happens in some of the more modern Doom WADs. So it looks like Andy is the first one to get the red key off in this side area. Both players went right instead of left at the start, and that's the big mistake, really. Always left is definitely the clear, obvious choice, in my humble opinion. But Andy's got the rocket launcher. He's hit the switch without picking up much of the ammunition, so now while shooting rockets, he's going to back up into the ammunition, and he drops a save. This is something...
Drops a save?
Yeah, this is a huge part of speedrunning Doom, is that you can save the game anywhere, and so it lets you do really aggressive things and then just load if it goes wrong. So Andy's kind of playing the game right, I think.
I'm noticing Andy is stopping his movement every so often to check the map, whereas Maurice has a map overlay. Is that something that was in the paste bin?
No, this is something Maurice knows. Oh, there's a very scary enemy that's teleported in front of Andy, the Archvile. It's got a lot of complicated mechanics. Looks like Andy's going to dispatch it. Oh, he kills himself with the rocket, unfortunately. No! Thank goodness for that save, so we're very close now. No, Maurice knows about the auto map laying option from his time in the Doom WAD tournament. He was the only one who thought it was better to play that way. You certainly don't have to spend time opening the map, but also I find it hugely distracting while you are trying to play.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, level 2 has been beaten. Andy getting a taste of the Archvile. Now he knows exactly how this Archvile works, and I think Maurice does too.
Oh no, Maurice! Did he drop a save? Yeah, he did.
He did. He fired a shot at the Archvile, trying to inflict pain. There's a chance whenever you hit something that it will flinch and go like, and that will stop whatever it's doing. It'll stop moving, it'll stop attacking, and so that sort of channeled fire attack that the Archvile does, you can have a small chance to interrupt it, and that was basically Maurice's only hope to stay alive at that point, so we fired that shot, and unfortunately it didn't trigger that pain chance, so he's going to have to redo a bit. He's got the yellow key. He knows the threat is there this time. He line of sights. He breaks line of sight against the Archvile to survive the fire attack. Meanwhile, Andy's trying to platform off of these pillars. He falls down pretty late at the end. I was worried, like, at some point I was like, do we have to, like, make this easier or something? Because, like, it's a little bit tricky sometimes to jump from platform to platform, but Andy's got it this time. So he sees 2 bars marked with skulls. These are indicators that you will need the other key to bring down the other set of bars. It's here on the other side. Andy just barely steals it in front of the Hell Knight. So Andy knows where he needs to bring both of these keys, but he's really low on health and armor. And there's a lot of enemies around. And he doesn't know it, but he's about to walk into one of the toughest combat encounters that they're going to play in the whole WAD, really.
He does it with 25% health.
Yeah, here we go. There's some resources here. There's some cells and a plasma gun, which is a super strong weapon. It's reliable even at close range. You're not going to kill yourself like you could with a rocket launcher. There's an Archvile there, and then tons of enemies all around. So he ducks into the middle as sort of a safe spot and is rightly focusing to kill the Archvile first. He doesn't quite get the kill, though.
Oh my god. Just gets torn open and no time flat.
Meanwhile, Maurice doesn't have much armor, but he's got 90 health. He's got one of the keys, and there's a chain gunner. 2 chain gunners firing on him, so he ducks for cover. They do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time, but they're easy to kill, so they're probably the highest priority target to take out when you see one. Andy's found one of 2 switches that raises up at the start of this encounter. He's found the other one, and now the exit is coming down. And the exit's a little... Something strange is happening.
Oh, okay. I was worried. I was going to mention chain gunners are hit scan in Doom 2, correct? And not projectile based. Like, oh,
Yes.
Tangible progress.
entering Wolfenstein.
So if you've played Doom 2, you might know the secret level in Doom 2 is a rehash of the first level of Wolfenstein, which is this sort of the level we're seeing here. It's a little bit... Those doors are open, for example, because I thought it would waste a lot of time just opening them for no reason. And some of the graphics, there was some less tasteful imagery in the Wolfenstein fighting a certain political party, and we thought, why not strip them out and replace it with something a little more tasteful? And then we thought,
What?
What?
why don't we?
You know, I was going to say 1-1. I really was going to say 1-1 somehow, but I didn't think we'd go this far.
So how fast do you think Doom Guy runs? Because you can beat 1-1 in Mario in about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, frankly, that might have been an SMB1 world record right there. Congrats to Andy Fork.
Oh, okay. We're going through the painting.
Yeah.
So is this canonical?
Oh, he almost... I don't know if he... Okay, he almost found the secret. You can stand on the carpet and shoot up at the ceiling to get like the wing cap secret, and it will give you a mega armor if you do it.
That's really funny.
So cool.
He instinctively tried it too.
Oh, he wasn't standing in quite the right spot, I guess. So he's gone over to where you fight Bowser in the Dark World. There's a blue key there and a trap that spawns all these monsters, and he realizes they're facing the wrong way, so they won't actually aggro, and that's just really smart heads-up play from Andy. Alright, goes into Wet Dry World, finds the secret Soul Sphere for 100 health.
Talk about knowing your audience.
So question, did you know the TikTok clock is actually a tree? Because it is. The camera never shows it to you, but it totally just is a tree.
Oh yeah, it's a tree. You can see it, but only if you like look at it from the top balcony there.
Yeah. I found out when I had to painstakingly model this whole room. And by the way, it turns out slopes are not an easy thing to do in Doom. So modeling the whole tree turned out to be a pain. Alright, so Andy's pressed the switches on both sides. He has raised some pillars and summoned an Archvile as well. So he knows the red key's up there. He's going to shoot rockets to take it out. He's got these platforms or these pillars on either side for cover. He gets the kill. He gets the red key. He's in front of the exit door. The Baron of Hell is right in front of him. He ignores it and moves on to the next level.
Tangible progress.
So we left Peach's Castle. What's outside Peach's Castle?
Well, Mario Raceway from Mario Kart 64. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense.
Of course.
That is geographically where we are, after all, in the Mushroom Kingdom. What Mario game does this canonically take place during?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess it's tough to pin it down, really.
Pick it up on the spot. It's
spin.
I'll have to dig out the lore document that we kept track of. So we've seen a couple wipeouts from Andy. There are some bananas and green shells and stuff around that will cause you to spin out on the track.
Is that what's happening? I thought he was just doing that.
No, definitely not. These gates here are checkpoints. You need to hit these to get more time. There's a timer at the top that is ticking down. And other than that, you just want to keep moving, keep going fast, keep getting more time, keep using this amazingly powerful weapon to chew through these hordes of enemies.
So the real enemy right now is a banana.
Okay, the BFG is an immensely complicated weapon. It fires this initial shot, and then after the shot is fired, a bunch of rays emit from Doom Guy. The angle that they come out on is determined at the time you fire the shot, but they don't come out until the shot projectile collides with something, right? It's very tough to get a handle on, and it would be very tough for the players to intuit live in a race. Thankfully, they do have a lot of experience with Doom, so I think we'll kind of be able to already know that part and just kind of be focusing on where to be as they move around the track. Wall of imps here, and he's going to BFG to punch right through. There's a couple of... This falling tower on the left side, yeah, Andy spots it. It's got a bunch of goodies to refill. That's going to be important because they're only at about the halfway point. Meanwhile, Maurice has started to make up ground now. He's starting to get an idea of just what is in store. Don't ask who's throwing the bananas, by the way.
I was actually just about to ask who's throwing the shells and the bananas. What happens if the shell hits you?
You will spin around and wipe out. Like this one right here!
Like that. It's okay. Andy takes the opportunity to get a 360 no-scope. It's fine. It's just style points.
Alright, he goes off the big ramp. There's the checkpoint, but...
Finish?
Wait.
Wait. No!
It's time for lawn mowing.
There
it's
it is.
time to clip
my
and
God.
shear. This is the final level of our Doom WAD, and it's long. It's got 10 lawns that you need to complete, like the original lawnmower. And by the way, listen to the music. Just watch. This is the original lawnmower music. Hell yes! I lost my mind when Jorf played this for me. So now we got to explain lawnmower. You got to mow all the grass. You got to manage your fuel. It's constantly draining at the top. You got to collect fuel cans to respawn it. If you mow flowers, you will lose a bunch of fuel. And that's it. That's the core gameplay of lawnmower.
Yeah, and fuel can only spawn where you have already mowed grass. Is that the same in this?
Yes, that is true. Though there are a lot of like already ungrassed tiles at the start of a lot of these lawns.
This does feel a little cheeky though, because as it's a Doom WAD, Andy could be saving and loading.
You can save.
Yeah, it's not in the spirit of lawnmower, but it would be the correct decision, I think, if you were trying to actually do everything you could to win a race. And we mowed a bunch of flowers, but I think he's going to be okay. So an interesting thing that doesn't come up often when you're playing lawnmower, considering it's a top-down perspective game, is you can run into visibility issues in first person. The fuel has this indicator that you can see, but sometimes it'll kind of become unclear what is the best path to go get it. It's still Doom. It's still Doom, right? So what does lawnmower look like when it's crossed with Doom? I mean, these enemies this is Doom to me.
I take the lawnmower is not a very good weapon.
No, it is not a weapon at all, actually. Its enemy is... I mean, if you're a blade of grass, then look out. But if you're a demon of hell, it's not going to do anything to you. Maurice, by the way, is making up great time. He's on what we call the Battle Royale Raceway now. And his health is looking pretty good, his ammo is pretty good, and his time as well is looking pretty good. So we might see a first try clear for Maurice.
Exino actually just brought up a really good point. Just like the original lawnmower, you can't stop. You always have to be moving.
Yeah, that was a big thing in the original lawnmower, is that you could never stop. And it's perfectly replicated here. You can see Andy, noted lawnmower hater, just ignoring the spirit of lawnmower and saving frequently. That's probably the strat for this.
Lawn 4 features this cyber demon with the... Andy picked up the Megasphere, so he's got enough health to take one rocket, and he does.
Right there.
Where he is now, there's a chance he'll survive a second rocket. Oh, but no! He got the high roll on the damage. It was honestly about a coin flip if you're at 100 health and armor, whether or not you can survive a second rocket. So he came up heads, and the heads was Andy's as it flew through the air, decapitated from his body. Alright, Maurice is on lawnmower now too. There's a couple levels that could be a problem. And so there's opportunity for Maurice to catch up, and he's going to need to. This is the tournament point for Andy, and he is in the lead.
Yeah, just as a general reminder, this is Grand Finals, Maurice versus Andy. And Andy is currently 2 points up, 1 point from winning our last game and 1 point from coming into Grand Finals from the winner's bracket. So if Andy does win this game, does finish mowing these lawns, he will be the Mystery Tournament 15 champion.
He's halfway through now. We have these doors on a sort of alternating cycle. They're annoyingly placed so that if it goes up in your face and you try to go back to the other one, by the time you get there, it's probably going to go up in your face. So Andy has wisely already kind of figured I should just wait for this one to come back down, and barely gets to the fuel in time actually. So it's worked out pretty nicely for him. He's most of the way through. But he missed the transfer.
Oh, no.
There is still some grass here that he needs to take care of before he goes, though, so it's not the worst. And now a choice. Do you mow the grass or get the fuel? He's gone for the grass. It's not the last one, so he has to get the fuel anyway.
Last one, easy.
Still managed to clear.
Fortunately or unfortunately for Andy, he has a lot of experience in lawn mowing.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm genuinely surprised at how quickly both of these runners have adapted to suddenly playing Lawnmower Doom.
Yeah, so again, I said testing times for this from like people who are experienced at blind racing was about an hour. Testing times from people who were really good at Doom and had blind racing experience were like 40 minutes. Andy's like on pace to do it in like about 20. Like,
Oh my god.
it's kind of disgusting. So Lawn 7. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's just a testament to his strength as a mystery tournament competitor. You can't make that up. So many people I've heard have tested this game, and Andy's going to cut all the time in half with no effort.
So he has mowed the final 2 blades of grass, and that will trigger the kill on all the Mancubi and release this sort of outside area. And he knows that this is going to happen, I think, because this is a shout out to level 7 of the original Doom, which it has some unique triggers to it that happen when those guys in the middle die and when these spiders die as well. So everyone who makes a map, when they're making a set of levels for Doom, when they get to level 7, they want to make something that makes use of these unique triggers that only happen on level 7. So they end up recreating this level in some fashion. And so the idea of a dead simple clone, which is the name of this map, is like a thing in the community. And so our Lawn 7, as a shout out, is a dead simple clone. And it's cleared by Andy.
That's awesome.
Here we have what I guess is a puzzle level. There's a lot to figure out here. These middle 4 switches are going to be doing things, and we're running into some visibility issues. It's hard to tell what they're doing when all these doors are kind of blocking the way. But now Andy sees, okay, one of those just lowered that red key. He's going to try the one that's facing it, and then he's going to try the one on the right and the left, and these are all wrong. It's actually the opposite side one that you want to be hitting. And if he picks up on that pattern, he'll know exactly which one is going to activate the thing in all the other areas. Maurice on Lawn 5 as well is really not too far behind, and this level's a little bit tricky. Andy's doing really well so far. I think he maybe sees that the yellow key is up on that ledge up there. Okay, yeah, he's figured it out.
He's trying to jump up there.
But he still doesn't know which of these switches is... He's actually just hitting all of the switches and then going. Oh, he needs that fuel, and the door just locked him out. He barely gets there. Maurice on Lawn 6, halfway done. Andy running around on the top, has got the yellow key. Drops the save and gets the fuel. And he skips the blue key puzzle by going straight across at top speed.
As one does.
What puzzle? I just saw a staircase.
Mythical crying.
Yeah.
You have to play the whole game.
Alright, so here's the tough one of the level, really. We were asked by testers to make the timing a little more lenient. Andy barely gets to the fuel there. There's like an order of operations thing here. Once you get to the top, there's this gate up there that needs to be brought down, and there's a sort of step-on trigger that will bring that down, and you want to hit that first, then the switch, and then go along. Unless he'd find some way to just glitch right through this thing, and then I'll be really mad, but looks like that's not the case. Alright, he steps on it, and maybe he saw in the top left corner of the screen that it's down now. And there he goes. The final blade? No! Wow. Maurice, meanwhile, on Lawn 7, is done with the middle area. The getting blocked by one of the Arachnotrons. And Andy this time has cleared Lawn 8.
Keep talking about Andy's progress because, you know, of course we want to see all the new levels and this awesome Doom WAD, but Maurice is really cruising over there. I mean, he just took that death, which is somewhat costly, but he dropped a good save right before he did.
I'm not sure he's realized that, oh boy, that Arachnotron just took every single piece out of him. If you position yourself between these blades of grass, you can actually mow both at the same time. And I think we saw Andy doing that. And Maurice is opting, I think, mostly to make sure that he gets one of them, but gets it evenly, so, you know, it's a lot easier to clean up the second time around. Meanwhile, Andy is, well, if you're a Doom fan, like a really hardcore Doom fan, you might know about the community-made WAD Sunlust, which has this mechanic of these archviles in the middle and these rotating walls that block line of sight. And you have to make sure you use these to hide from their attacks as you move around the outside and mow the lawn.
Andy just ignoring it, face tanking it as a Doom guy screams while lawn mowing.
I think Andy was trying to go against the rotation of the shields to see if he could fight the archviles before the attack hit, but it looks like he's having a bit of trouble making that strategy work.
The archviles are tough because when that attack is channeling on you, it's making it very hard to see, right? So you're trying to get to a pretty specific position behind the wall, and you're kind of having to do it blindly. There is some merit to his strategy, though, because the fuel can also refills your health, and it's not much, but it's enough that you can, you know, take some of these hits.
Yeah, that does seem to be what he's doing.
Ooh, he's staying in sync with the wall. Meanwhile, Maurice, just one lawn back on lawn 8, really needs to get to that fuel, and does. And I think Maurice sees the ladder and knows what's up on this section now. Andy, 79% done. Whoa, okay, he's okay. But he's low on fuel, he needs to get to the fuel and stay alive. No way!
No! Oh, he didn't save, like,
oh no.
whole time.
That's a classic Doom mistake. You just get in the flow of things, you don't want to stop and open the menu, and you don't save. This is exactly what Maurice needs to have a chance to come back. He also runs right over.
Yeah, just right through.
I guess we're just not going to get to see that puzzle today.
Yeah, well, it's not much of a... It's like a balancing act you gotta walk across, but...
Oh, Andy taking another death from the Archviles.
I still can't believe that first time he died. The wall had just peeked down a little bit, and not only that, but he must have taken, like, max damage. Damage in Doom is very random. Like Revenants, for example, or these skeletons that shoot these homing rockets, they will do between 10 and 80 damage. So, yeah.
That's damage range.
Wow.
So I think Andy got just like a really bad damage roll, and there's another couple. So actually, he's dead, and Maurice clears lawn 8. They are on the same lawn.
The same level now.
Anyone who wants to see more Mystery Tournament is rooting for Maurice right now.
Yeah, Andy is definitely dropping some good safety saves now after last time.
Oh, he needs the fuel, but the wall is not going fast enough. He gets out to it and back to the wall. Nicely done. So I've done this level like 7 or 8 times, more than that probably, and I still don't know whether it's better to kind of go against the grain, because then it's easier to get to the next wall, or to kind of stay with the wall for as long as possible, or it all depends on where the fuel is, really. You kind of got to be reading and reacting. Oh no, the save from Andy.
Wow.
Okay, he is safe if he just stays still.
Okay.
Sometimes it happens in Doom WAD where you put a save in a horrible spot that you're dying
just
immediately
die
afterwards.
continually.
Yeah. It is up to the players to... They can use multiple saves if they want, right, to avoid this kind of problem, but it does take more time to kind of manage that in the menus.
Andy gonna make a new save there.
Here comes Maurice at 84%
Maurice.
of done the lawn.
Doing work.
Andy at
His save
95.
is... Yeah, he's aggressively saving, too.
So for anyone who missed it, the fire's coming from the enemies in the middle, and the wall going around the sort of this green wall will block line of sight that the monster has to you. So if you can hide behind it, you're safe from the fire. Andy's clear. Maurice with 96%. Yeah, Lawn 10 is the final lawn. It features the final boss of Doom 2. It is the Icon of Sin, who constantly spawns out random enemies. It's very menacing up there on the wall, but in truth, this is pretty easy level. You can kind of just, as long as you mow as quickly as possible, the enemies don't really get too out of hand. Oh, both players are on the same level now. Efficient mowing could be all that it takes to come away with the victory.
As in every mystery tournament.
I can always come down to efficient mowing in Lawn 10.
Maurice is spiraling in from the outside. This is actually probably the worst answer. All of the enemies chasing you, based off their path of travel, kind of collect in the middle. It's going to be the hardest grass to mow once these enemies spawn in. Andy at 98%. Is he going to win Mystery Tournament? There is literally one blade
right
of grass
there.
left.
One blade of grass separates you from winning. There it is.
He's done it. Andy and 4H is your Mystery Tournament 15 champion. It's the return of the king. Well, it's not true. He needs to get through that.
He's
He shot his own icon.
Yeah, sorry about the timer is a little bit. It's right now.
Aw, awesome.
Oh, that was amazing. Mythical, huge shout outs to you and to Craig Dunn for making that happen. That has made me so happy. I hope Andy and Maurice are so happy. And Maurice finishing just seconds later. Andy finishing with a comment, that was awesome, all cap.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad everyone enjoyed themselves. The credits will play here. There's some testers who get credited, some folks who provided like textures and stuff that we used. Yeah, and the music as well. You'll see Jorf's name come up. That was a fantastic race. Maurice catching up in Lawnmower. Andy struggling with Lawn 9. Wow.
That was incredible. There's no other word for it.
Couldn't have asked for a better race from these players. Both their times, by the way, completely shattering all of our expectations.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, I think aside from a death or two on Lawn 9, and Andy had one death on the Mario Circuit area, that was basically a flawless run.
Yeah, and it can't be understated just how quickly Maurice was catching up. It really came down to the wire.
Shoutouts to Jorf for the music.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Jorf's got a chiptune album, by the way, you can find on SoundCloud. It's out there. I do recommend it. You can hear perfect example. You can see the lovely roof of Princess Peach's castle. I can't even begin to tell you how long it took me to make it, and you don't even look at it. You run out into the track and you never look back. It was not a good decision to spend like several weeks of development time on it, but it's there and it looks nice.
My mind is honestly blown. Congratulations to Mythical 9, to Jorf, to everyone who was involved in making Realms of the Blind. And of course, congratulations to Andy and 4H, our Mystery Tournament 15 champion. This is, I believe, his 7th or 8th Mystery Tournament win. Just an absolute incredible level of performance. But we cannot count out Maurice. First place, Mystery Tournament 14. Second place, Mystery Tournament 15. I am sure we will see him again at future events. This has been just incredible. And thank you so much to Mythical and for Tetsuya for commentating that for me. I wish I could have given you more. I was just kind of sitting there stunned for the entire time, or just giggling with glee.
Yeah, that was an amazing experience, even for someone who's not too well versed in Doom. Andy's showing off all the icons of the the great mystery tournament hero.
Yeah, this is our top 8 this year. Actually, we were able to. We had previous year's top 8 in it at first, and then we once it was locked in, we updated just as a little nod to the amazing performance of not only Andy, our winner, and Maurice, our runner-up, but everyone who competed in top 8 this weekend is phenomenal. I have endless respect for all of them, and I can't wait for Mystery Tournament 16.
For sure. And just as a quick, one last time, why don't you or Roar tell everyone a little bit more about the Mystery Tournament community, about, the possibility of joining Mystery Tournament 16 and maybe other events that they could get involved in before then, like the Reject Tournament you were talking about earlier.
What's that? You want Roar to ramble for a moment?
That's right.
All right.
You got the go ahead.
We've got, this has been Mystery Tournament 15. Thank you so much to everybody who's helped run this amazing top 8 event. Railkun over on Tech, the unsung hero of this event, we told him he is allowed to meme as much as desired on our layout, and absolutely rolled with it. So shout outs to that. This has been a tournament that's entirely dedicated to mystery racing, to racing games that you've never seen before. You just suddenly you're having to play a Doomwad that turns into Mario, that turns into a time trial, that turns into Lawnmower. And it's you and your opponent get games that you've never seen before, and you need to race to the goal faster than you have. And we sure did see Andy 4H and Maurice race faster than everybody else, but in the end, Andy takes the win, and it's been amazing. I would like to, before explaining a little bit more, this is the good old ending shout outs of massive amounts to people. So sorry, I had to run his audio up, so it confused me for a moment. Shout outs heavily to all of the testing crew. We have to go through 300 plus games in a matter of months and prepare them for the tournament. I couldn't do it on my own. I literally couldn't do it on my own. I had to ask somebody to leave the tournament in order to join me in testing. And so a huge shout out to my entire testing crew, the Hopscotch, Jackazam, Orville, Red and Dead, Jerry Aris, Spritz T, Exuno for testing top and the like. And for everybody who supported, we broadcast these races over on the Mystery Funhouse channel during the tournament, and we broadcast other tournaments as well, like our upcoming Reject tournament. I'll explain a little bit more about that in just a moment. We broadcast all this stuff over on the Mystery Funhouse channel, and we could not have. I never would have expected we got this far, and I couldn't do it alone. And so, shout outs to our restreamers. Shout outs to just everyone in our community for being amazing. You're in a tournament full of random games, and it's so easy to imagine people are going to be salty about certain stuff, and our community does a good job of not having that kind of drama typically, and that's something that just a big heart. So I know I was invited over or prompted to come on to talk about some of the later stuff, but I needed to get sappy for a moment because it was amazing. But we do have Andy 4H and Maurice are waiting for an interview. Should we go for that one first, or should I explain the next tournament coming up?
Why don't you go ahead and explain the next tournament coming in and tell people what we're going to be doing right after this stream closes, actually, and then we'll go ahead and have a quick word with Andy and Maurice.
All right, so this stream we are going to be doing now that Mystery Tournament is over tonight on our Discord will be signups for our next tournament, which is the Reject Tournament 2, which will be starting in early January. We've got all of our testing to make sure that games are good enough to go for Mystery Tournament. And we've explicitly said as testers, these are bad games to race. Don't do it for one reason or another. And for some reason, we're going to put on a tournament of the bad games to race for. Why are we bad at good decisions. You can come join the Discord, sign up for that when those signups come up. Follow the Discord. We have literally a year-round event calendar. We have a calendar. I won't tell you the exact date of other events because they're not set in stone yet. But we have a mystery calendar that's internal that has a full year on events. So if you want to come try out any of these, just pick and choose your events. Say you don't want to join this one, you want to join this one. It's all great. So come join us. Check out that Discord link, !MT Discord. Come join our Discord. And if you're on the fence, if you're thinking maybe I kind of want to try some of these races, but don't know whether or not I want to commit to a tournament or if I know that I want to do it, right now, after this, we're going to be heading over to Mystery Funhouse for the MT15 after party and a intro race for blind racing, using one of the games that didn't quite make it into that didn't quite get to be played today. So on our mystery Discord, come join it. There is a mystery intro race channel that is we're going to be using for this. We won't require people to use SRL this time just to get it set up so we can actually get it set up and going and the like. And so yeah, come join us afterwards. In fact, I am about to pop away to go run Mystery Funhouse in preparations for this. So again, thank you so much, GDQ, for having us again.
And thank you, Roar, for hosting this tournament. It is always a pleasure to be able to commentate and host the Mystery Tournament Grand Finals. I'm looking forward to Mystery Tournament 16. Maurice said it himself last night. Someone 325, great guy, gonna win MT16. Not if Andy has anything to say about it, but I'm sure we'll find out then. Anyway, yeah, Roar, go on ahead, and everyone should definitely jump on over and get into that mystery beginner race. It is just a great way to get yourself playing all kinds of different games, to get yourself involved in the community, and it's a ton of fun. Anyway, we have Andy and Maurice who are waiting in the wings for a quick word after that exciting grand finals. Let's bring them in and hear what they have to say. Hello, Andy, Maurice, how are the two of you doing?
Fantastic.
Not so great.
I'm sorry to hear that, Maurice. Well, first off, congratulations, Andy, Mystery Tournament 15 champion. And of course, congratulations, Maurice, Mystery Tournament 15 runner-up. That is no small feat either. How are the two of you feeling right now? How are you feeling after playing that last game?
Oh my god, it was so fun. I can't believe that they made all of that. That was incredible.
When it went to Wolfenstein, you knew something was up, and then suddenly the Super Mario
started
all over the screen.
Yeah,
Mario Kart.
I had all these ideas, and it was Crankdad who was able to bring a lot of them to life, more fleshed out. We both learned new things about how to make Doom in order to bring all those fun twists to the gameplay. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
And
the best thing
soundtrack.
The best thing about the Super Mario was if you walked on the grass, you were actually slower.
Yeah, you actually were slower in Mario Kart.
Yeah, you had to stay on the road.
I didn't notice that watching the stream, but that's amazing.
Right.
That's a beautiful level of detail. Is there anything, having just finished that game, I know we're focusing on it a lot, but I can't stop focusing on it. Is there anything you two want to ask Mythical about? Maybe something that didn't quite click during the race, or something you feel you maybe did incorrectly, but it worked out?
As far as the race itself goes, I think I kind of understood what was happening once it turned into lawnmower, especially. Mola 1, it's easy. The thing I want to ask is, how long did this take? This had to have been half a year in the making, right?
We started in April, and we finished in late July.
That's incredible.
Jesus.
Just incredible planning and the thought process, just making it happen. I think that's just a well job done.
Well job done to you too.
my brain stopped thinking words. I'm sorry. I've been playing a lot of video games.
I'm mostly surprised it took that long to get crazy, because I played the first level. I was like, oh yeah, this is just pretending to be Doom. Next level is going to be lawn mowing, and then the second level, third level, no, it's just regular Doom.
Just regular
All right,
Doom.
sure.
And then went to
And it
Wolfenstein with a
wasn't.
question mark, and I'm like, all right, well, this still looks like Wolfenstein, but I see mystery ghosts and Baba as wins everywhere. But sure, whatever. I know my way around this level.
And the monkey from Monkey's Bouncy Day.
I actually
Yeah.
didn't see the monkey.
Oh, I didn't see it either, but I predicted the monkey from Monkey's Bouncy Day would be in there. So
He did call it.
Was there a secret exit? Like, was there the secret exit from Wolfenstein possible, or is it just like a
No.
secret? Or no? Okay,
That one's gone. But I will say you were so close. If you stand on the carpet and shoot the ceiling where the wing cap secret is, a secret mega armor appears. And I
I'd
think
shot that dude.
you missed it. You were like standing in just not quite the right place. I was
I
heartbroken.
definitely shot at it. Everyone saw it.
Yeah, we commented on it.
But you did find Wet Dry World had his secret in there.
I
as
sure
well,
did.
there was so much wonderful detail. Question specifically for Maurice. What was your favorite match this tournament that you played, particularly in top 8? Like, what match do you think was the most enjoyable?
Oh, that's a tough one. I feel like I played quite a lot. I guess I liked Trizzle, the one where you shoot triangles. That was a neat game.
The game looked cool.
That game was really cool. Watching you play it was really cool too, because you just kind of like completely eschewed the time slow mechanic and relied on crazy Twitch reactions to just pew 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 triangle.
Yeah, I forgot about slowdown.
Actually, some of our commentators said,
I knew it.
Some girl, she said, like, yeah, Maurice has completely forgotten that slowdown is a mechanic in this game.
There's no way you remembered. Slowdown is slow though, so I guess it works out.
It's right in the name. Oh yeah, and Tea Party Satu is saying Parabox. That was a great game.
Oh,
I'm looking forward to that.
That game blew my mind. I want to play the full version of it. I'm so excited for that. A question for Andy. 1-0 against Captain Drake, one of your traditions in Mystery Tournament. 2-0 against Zex, again, one of the few people who's ever defeated you in a Mystery Tournament. 3-0 against Maurice in the Grand Finals. You went through Mystery Tournament 15 without ever dropping a game, much less than a match. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great. The siesta helps.
Taking the break really helped. You know, you got to fight for the crown. If you already have it, it's not worth going for.
Sometimes you just gotta take a siesta, and then you come back stronger than ever.
So what advice do you have for all of your competitors, and more importantly for all the people watching the stream right now who are sitting there and maybe thinking, this looks fun, I want to get in on it, or who are maybe thinking, Andy got lucky, I think I could beat him.
Well, there's always a degree of luck. But join MT16, just do it. It's fun. Play video games, race video games.
Just do it. It's fun. Now, Maurice, I mentioned it to the stream a few times, but after defeating someone 325 last night, and the race being recorded, you mentioned that's a nice guy. He's going to win MT16. Did you stand by that statement?
Well, the thing is that someone 325, he played a lot of different games. Before he beat me in Granddad, he played a Little Magic, which is like a puzzle game for SNES. He did really well on that. And then I forgot the other one, but he also did really well on the other game before that, because that was round 3. So I think he's just very versatile, and that's a skill you need in Mystery Tournament.
For sure. So you think we'll be seeing him in top 8 again for Mystery Tournaments to come?
Yeah,
that would not surprise me. I mean, I've seen him in Kuso. I know he's a gamer.
Indeed. I mean, you both are certainly gamers without any question. Thank you so much. Congratulations to both of you. Andy, our Mystery Tournament 15 top 8 champion, and of course, Maurice, our runner-up, second place overall. Did the two of you have any, shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say?
Shout-outs to the bathtub for making an awesome map, dude. Map set. That thing was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, this game was crazy. How do you keep this secret?
Well, I almost blew it, basically. It turned out we were playing Doom, and then I was about to talk about it, and then it was like, oh, actually, Jorf is streaming right now.
I was lurking the stream at that time, by the way. You really were lucky that you caught that.
Yeah, no, it was very hard for me to sit on this for as long as I did, but I guess it paid off.
For sure. Well, thank you both for being here. Thank you so much to my co-commentators, to Maurice, to Mythical Nine, to Tetsuya, to Andy, to Relkun on tech, to Exono, who's been doing so much behind the scenes to help run the brackets. A couple of really important things to note here. It's already December 13th, and that means AGDQ is upon us. That is going on pretty soon. January 3rd through the 10th is going to be AGDQ 2021 online. The schedule is out right now. You can find that over at gamesdonequick.com. Go check out the link for the schedule. Prize submissions are also open right now. If you've got some cool prizes, we have an automated submission form on the website. You can go ahead and use that, or you can just email me at prizes@gamesdonequick.com. Would love to talk about any potential prize donations you have. Now, we also have I believe tonight is the last night to sign up for social media and chat or Discord moderation. I believe we have a sign up sheet available on Twitter, so head over to Twitter, check out the Games Done Quick Twitter. That's going to give you all the information you need about that, as well as a link to that form. Thank you all so much. Thank you again so much to the mystery community for being here, for helping us make this happen. And I think we have a very special raid target tonight. We are going to raid Mystery Funhouse, I believe, as they get ready for that community mystery race. Andy, Maurice, would you recommend everyone get in on that race?
Yes, join it. It's very easy to set up and really easy to. What are they racing, by the way?
Yeah, what game?
It is a mystery.
Does it have to be a mystery?
It does not have to be a mystery. They are racing Hole Punch, which is a game I tried to give Andy, and you had already played it.
I have not, but
I think they changed the game. Like without asking Roar.
But it looks cool either way.
It's definitely a super cool game. You should join the race. You should check it out. That is going to be just about it from us. Thank you all for watching. And remember to tune in on Monday night, 7 p.m. Check out the Community Spotlight. It's going to be a cool spotlight of Quest for Glory. And just, check out the GDQ channel all the time. There's so much cool hotfix content going on year round. You don't want to miss any of it, so don't.